And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away, and we are doing a surprise live. There is no trials at the moment, so we are doing our surprise live. So that is always nice to do. And moment I'll be flipping over to the other screen so we could all see each other. Right now. Alright, let's go here. Alright, hello everybody. It's Alien Spaceship. Hope everybody's doing well and having a good day. Now, it's really... I was up today and seeing the two different ones. I thought they were quite interesting. Where parts of the stream today, parts of the trials today, were not kind of like, you say, sleep-inducing. So, oh, hello, Aaron. Good afternoon or evening to you. I am well, thank you. We had a good day at the trial. Although, as I said, it was kind of sleep-inducing. We still... And I got there like in the morning and chatted with the others. It was cool. There is the hearing that happened, and there is the other part that occurred where we... were watching... One group was watching the hearing, one group was watching the other trial. So we were glad to do that, but a lot of people were falling asleep over the different testimonies. It was different information about the firearms that were in the house. Aaron, as far as I know, there is no drama, not that I'm aware of. So that is something good to know. So... But besides, as I said, besides when I got there, nothing that I'm aware of. Yeah, so far so good. Hopefully it stays that way. And recently, a couple of days ago, there is a peace between Remy and some of the others. And I was glad to see that. I'm glad that she decided to make peace with the other people. And some of the people in our chat group, I don't know about every single one of them, but some of them had peace with her, so that was something I was glad to see. And then with the other situations with me and some other people that we were having problems with, nothing about that either. So I remember recently I had some drama with some people. So far everything's been going smoothly. And overall the trial today was different witnesses, different testimonies about, the sad situation. That was, with the kid losing his parents like that. And the defendant, a lot of people were not complimenting, but saying about how he was quite odd looking with his beard was kind of patchy, and he, seeing had moles on his face. One person was saying the defendant may have been framed. Other people were, of course, like, I think the person's most likely guilty, but I'll wait and see. Oh, hello, Michael. Good to see you. Good evening. Oh, good afternoon, whatever, if you want to say. And I could change my mind, but so far I think he's guilty, but maybe he was framed. I don't think he was, but just some people are just evil and psychopathic. And that is what we were observing basically in the trial, just to paraphrase it. Then we start talking about pies and Timu pies. We're talking about different food. We talked about pumpkins. Because Pussycat in England, United Kingdom, she said she did the turnip jack-o'-lantern one time, and they're very tedious to make. And I said I've done that before for historical reasons, because I grow my own turnips. And she was saying her turnip was very small. Some turnips are small, some turnips are big. It depends. They could get really big. But the jack-o'-lanterns in the United States are usually made with pumpkins because they're easier to make a jack-o'-lantern with over carving out basically like an apple-looking thing into a jack-o'-lantern. So that was a funny conversation also about the pies. For that, people were surprised to see me there early, and that was a nice welcome to have. People were glad to see me. Yes, Aaron, I will coach you about your garden. I'll help you along the way. Yeah, no turnips, no turnips. And I think in your region there's not as many bugs and insects. I'm sure there are bugs or insects over there, but where I am it's quite more frequent maybe than where you are, but yeah, I will certainly help you with it. It's a hobby of mine. I discovered on my own it was nice to grow them in the season where, my neck of the woods, January or February, I'd plant them, and then like towards the end of spring, I would go and harvest the different plants because the insects were not around that much to cause a problem. But there are bug nets people can put over plants, so the bugs don't try to get in them. So that solves that problem. But I chose a season where there was nothing really going on, and the different plants got to grow. Yeah. And Michael Gardens in the desert, which that is some very good expertise as well, because the desert is a terrain that I did have a desert environment one time a couple years ago, and I grew plants that were resistant to the drought that was happening. But of course, you could grow plants in a drought when you have, watering it consistently, things like that. When there's a drought, usually putting things in a pot. But the beans do well in a drought. That's what I was discovering. There's also plants that are hardy to winter. There's winter hardy plants. For instance, if you grow winter peas in a region, right, where you're going to plant something, right, you make a space and you put winter peas there, and over the winter, nutrients the peas will put nutrients in the soil, the type of plant that it is. Then when spring comes, you can then have more nutrients in the soil after you harvest the winter peas and have the other plants there. So that's a way you could do a crop rotation where some plants will put in the ground of nutrients. Right. Okay, I will tell that you said hi, and also Abs said hi too. Abs was here yesterday and want me to tell you all hello, so I will tell the chat that you said hi too. Thank you, Aaron. Have a nice dinner. And usually with a lot of trials, they're quite self-explanatory, where there's sometimes obviously a person's guilty, other times they aren't guilty. Sometimes it may look a certain way that they really are or aren't. I don't really think this defendant was framed, but I'm interested to see other opinions about it. And I'm going to go this way. Here, and we'll also be watching some trials to react to that, like we usually do during this time when we have that. Okay, I'm going to pull up the hearing and trial that I saw today, and then we will get to the other part. Michael, what do you think of do you have any thoughts on the trial that we're watching? Out of curiosity, if you've seen it. Because I don't know if I've seen you in chat today. Not quite sure. But it really is something else. It's, as I said, it was more of a sleepy time than anything else. It seems quite self-explanatory. It wasn't like Brooks, where he explodes in the courtroom. Although it's only the first day. Still, so far, nothing really captivating about that. It seems a lot of these trials revolve around the kids. It's quite disturbing. You know, that these kids have to go through these different circumstances. Okay. Open that one over there. Okay. We're going to be getting into it. And I always like the one thing that I find so interesting in the trials is the forensics. And with the forensics, there's so much to learn and observe because they have a big job on their hands. They really do. And Michael says he has no idea what the defense is going to do. That the defendant has. Oh, okay. I agree. I agree. There's a point where there's not much to really defend at a point. Yeah. Hello, Moki. Good afternoon to you, where you are. It's always great to see you. And it was today. Oh, by the way, Erin says hello. She was here a moment ago. Now she's cooking dinner. She was wondering if there is... Oh, there's Abs. Great. Yeah, hi, Abs. We were always glad to see you, and thank you for telling chat hello yesterday when you requested that. That's nice. And any updates about anything, Abs, you can say it if you'd like. It's nice to have your company. And yeah, today with the trial, it is quite, I'd say, guilty. I don't know what his defense is going to do, but we will see. It seems quite self-explanatory what they're doing in that trial. Now going this way, over here. Chat was getting on your nerves today. Okay. Yeah, in our friends, because remember there was lots of activity in chat today. I didn't know what was completely going on, but it was just people that I don't really know. But we were glad to see. It's just like our group in general, I think, was getting along, but the other people, like the other users, weren't. Lots of activity. Yeah. So I remember earlier you were getting irritated with them. Yeah. Of course, and I found out that he went somewhere called Remnant House, but it's in Canada. Okay. And Michael said that's why he went to trial. Oh, repetitive question. Okay. Repetitive questions. Yeah, I know that from other channels that I watch where people say if something is like watching a live chase and people ask if it's live, if it's live. I can see what you mean, where asking it over and over, it will be kind of like, hey, this has been asked for the 1,000th time. And at some point, people might be asking questions just to cause trouble. So that's also, I could see where that could be annoyance. I just didn't really notice them too much because I was paying, I don't know, it was my Temu eyes was drawn to some other, like, I usually focus on the people I know there, but I do talk to NPCs too. But I was seeing that there was lots of activity. but I wasn't quite sure what was going on. But thank you, Moki, for filling me in. Oh, okay. So Ab says that adoptive guy that Leah killed his parents is how Austin is. No joke. Okay. Okay. Now, I think with Austin, the character you speak of, I know how he is from what you say, and you would know, and I do agree, and that's why I was leaning towards guilty. I watch how trial goes, but yeah, that's what it seems like to me. With the adoptive guy that killed his parents in the Dima. I'm talking about the Dima trial. Got a little bit mixed up for a second. Yeah, with the Dima trial, you're speaking of with the Ukrainian. Yeah. I know from what you told me, that is what he was like. Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of family members in the chat in the other trial that we were watching with the guy that murdered the kid's parents. Right. Oh, hello, Joyce. That is a good evening, afternoon to you. Yes. Uh, yeah, that's what I want to know too. If it's bench or trial, bench or jury. Yeah. Yeah. So Dima, he should be wearing street clothes. Michael said, remember, all you are hearing is the prosecution side. They aren't going to present anything that makes him look innocent. That is correct, too. That is correct, too. Yes. Point on fleek. Facts. In the day one of the murder trial of this other incident with Matthew Lands is accused of deleting killing in 21 of his neighbors Justin and Amber Hicks, including open statements, testimony for the victim's father. I remember this morning when I saw the victim's father's testimony, and I remember that from way before. That was like the first thing I think they showed. I think I'm not too sure. It was one of the first things. Yeah, and Moki said it's still your day. Yeah, there you go. It's still our day. Scared. A little recap about day one. His trial began after significant delays due to debates over Lanz's mental competency. A judge recently ruled that Lanz was competent to stand trial, and it's a bench trial, which is the question of the hour. Lanz opted for a bench trial, meaning the judge, not a jury, will decide the verdict. The victim's father testifies. Justin Hicks' father took the stand, offering emotional testimony about discovering the crime scene. It's now so no longer my day, folks. Oh, it's night now. Oh. Okay. Thank you. I was trying to get on Mook's nerves. Yeah. Okay, the trial that we're talking about is called Neighborhood Killing Murder Trial, Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. All right, victim's father testifies. Justin Hicks' father took the stand, offering emotional testimony about discovering the crime scene. And Moki says, we could watch that again. That man was a snooze. Yeah, it's perfect background noise for a slumber. Yeah. Yeah, we could put that on. And I could also play Wade Wilson too. Oh, Trial sucks. And hello, Anna. Great to see you. Never, I mean, not never, but that's what Moki said to Joyce. Anna, good afternoon. Probably good. More of a good evening to you, because where you are. So, yeah, and you could give your opinion about the trial, Anna, if you'd like. That she said it sucks, and okay, thank you for your feedback. Oh, Anna sucks. Oh, scared. All right. 911 call played. The court heard the distressing call 911 made when the bodies were discovered in the Hicks Cobb County home. Yeah, Abs was just trying to make a pun or joke out of it. Evidence presented. Prosecutors began presenting evidence, including surveillance footage that allegedly showed Lons leaving the Hicks home after the killing deletions. Charges. Lons faces multiple charges, including 2 counts of malice, murder, and 1 count of child cruelty for leaving the couple's 2-year-old son alone home approximately 12 hours after the murder. Oh, the trial's a snooze fest. Okay. You don't know where the chat notes came from. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, Michael. Understood. Oh, Anna said, Abs, I do suck. Okay, so in presenting evidence including surveillance footage that allegedly showed Lance leaving the home at the killings. Charges. Lance faces multiple charges including 2 counts of malice, murder, and 1 count of child cruelty for leaving the couple's 2-year-old son alone in the home approximately 12 hours after the murders. Defense strategy. The defense indicated a possible strategy centered on mental health issues and claims that Lons believed he was framed by the FBI and CIA. Defendant's demeanor. Observers in the courtroom noted that Lons appeared out of it and was dressed in prison clothes. Oh, I remember, like, bro looked like a highlighter. That's what the dude looked like. He looked like a highlighter pen. Okay, so that is a summary about today. All right, so you rock like rock hard, and only the super sucks. Okay, it kind of suck. Yeah, exactly. What would the motive be? That's something I like to know too. Did they know each other? Was it out of just wanting to go murder somebody? Was he angry? Is there a reason that we're not aware of? Was there no reason? Was it someone else? I mean, it's quite a interesting speculation. Let's see. But of course, I believe he did it. Sometimes people don't need to have a motive. Sometimes people are just some people are just twisted. And then Joyce said he was set up. That's something we've heard too. In grounds. As Brooks would say, like the offspring, give it to me, baby. Oh, FTSY, Breeze. Oh, he ignored you today? That's strange. He. Okay, I think let me know. I don't know why. I don't think anything happened between y'all. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I don't really know, but I don't think anything happened between y'all. Yeah, D saucy. Yeah. In the criminal trial, the state argument for a defendant's guilt is presented by the prosecution, which, okay, in, let's see, the prosecution typically focus on presenting evidence, witnesses. Yeah. Let's see, be more specific. He was busy chatting up Kimberly. Oh, okay. And it says trial in December, but may only be CTV about pageant college chick from Donaldsonville, Georgia, accused of killing boyfriend, 18 months old dorm, thinking is jealous. All right. I will review that one. All right, now, let's see. All right, in Donaldsville, Georgia, Trinity P, a former Miss Donaldsville, has been accused of indicted on murder and other charges in connection with deletion death of her boyfriend's 18-month-old son, Jackson Duryu, also known as Romeo Angelus. I'm glad that you love the group. Nice. Group love. It's all about the love in here. Facts. All right, details of the case. Yes, that is correct. Accused Trinity, 18-year-old, at the time of her arrest. She was a student at Georgia Southwestern State University, JSW, at the time of the incident. Victim Jackson Duryu, Romeo Angelus, an 18-month-year-old boy. Oh, I agree. And Abs, you look beautiful, amazing with or without the makeup. And but these other people that these mugshots, these people are completely, uh, absolutely quite appalling. I agree with you, Abs. Absolutely. See, the aliens, angels always have a natural, supernatural beauty to them that the other ladies in the world may not possess. Just like the sirens of the sea, and the sirens are like mermaids. Anyway, so the charges are Trinity faces a 6 count indictment, including malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated battery and cruelty to children in first degree. Incident location: the child suffered fatal injuries in JSW. Yes, y'all glow. Yes, it's mesmerizing, putting any man into a trance. And Yeah, those that like the ladies, they'll put them into a complete trance. Indeed, they glow. Their glow is like at like the stars in the space in the different galaxies are like. I wish I could shine as bright as those aliens' angels. That's what they say, and they envy the Earth. And the other stars are gonna. They want to try to steal the glow because they don't have the glow that y'all have, but they can't have it. It's those stars and galaxies out there. Yeah. Pet I'm watching is fixing to leave, so I have to go her do stuff. Okay, Breeze. Okay, see you next time. Exactly. You don't hurt a baby toddler. Exactly. She's got to be on bail because looked too good in hearing to be the host cow. And Anna said, "Alien is really laying it on thick tonight." Oh yeah, exactly. I am. I am laying it down like like a new walkway, and laying all the golden plates down for a new walkway. Yeah, Alien is not holding back, and yeah, allegedly, but it may be true. I am laying all the different colors, just like laying a walkway. Scared. The charge is 6 counts indictment, including malice murder and 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated battery and cruelty to children, first degree. Incident location: the child suffered fatal injuries in a GSW room in the Georgia, January 14, 24, and later died in the hospital. I'm absolutely spitting fire. Thank you. Thank you. I'm I'm spitting fire like the breathing dragon, the most the dragon of dragons that is on all the shields and all the mythologies. Even though I blow the fire, I stand in holy rain. And Six says that's what happened when you wake up early, alien. Yes, that is true, Six. Yes, and good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Oh yes, we do have lurkers, and shout out to the lurkers. These streams get about over 100 to nearly 200 views, sometimes 200 views, or over 200, or close to 200. So yeah, there's tons of people that watch these, although they're not chatting with us. Yeah, there's tons of people, and most of the people that 90 something percent, usually 96% of the people that watch these streams are all subscribed. So yeah, the other aliens in the spaceship, which shout out to our lurkers, are enjoying the show and the chat. Yeah, it's like a reality show for them. Yeah, alien is spitting roast bars. Yeah, and the cause of death attributed to blunt force trauma in the head and torso, according to the indictment and coroner's initial findings. Legal status: P also pleaded not guilty to the charges. She was released on a $75,000 bond with conditions including an ankle monitor, probation on drugs and alcohol abuse. Her trial is expected to begin in late 25. Yeah, I saw the video. Six. Good job. Let's see this. It's time Brian's trial goes ahead. Anna deserves justice. Okay, we'll do a review of that. All right. That's funny, Six. All right. So, Massachusetts mom murder trial. M.A. versus Brian Walsh. The trial for Brian Walsh for the murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, has not begun, but the schedule is to start soon. Most recent developments include ruling that he competent to stand trial and final pretrial hearings. Recent developments. On Friday, November 14, 25, Norfolk Superior Court Judge Diana Frenier ruled that Brian Walsh is competent to stand trial. This decision followed a 40-day mental health evaluation in Bridgewater State Hospital, the result which were not contested by the defense. Oh, hey, Tom, good to see you. Okay, Tom, thank you for your take. Right, absolutely, abs. Yes. Okay. Jury selection to begin on Tuesday, November 18, 25. Trial start date. Opening arguments for the trial are set for December 1, 25, and the trial is expected to last 2 or 4 weeks. Change of venue denied. Judge Frenier deny, denied a defense motion for a charge and venue, stating that while there was wide media coverage. Hey, Frog, good to see you, buddy. Judge Frenier denied defense motion to change the venue, stating there was wide media coverage. It did not demonstrate the emotionally charged, inflammatory, sensationalistic coverage needed to support presume presumption of prejudice. Ab says, I got to share this. There's a chick on Facebook that tried to claim SA and was DoorDash driver. She allegedly entered the guy's apartment with the video recording. He was in the nude, naked. Lord, wow, that is messed up. She processed and posted a video of the nude man passed out on the couch from being drunk on TikTok. Whoa, that is some wild stuff. Now she's facing 2 felonies. The dude didn't even know she took the video of him. Wow. Okay, that is wild. Thank you, Abs, for letting us know. And if it develops into a trial, we'll certainly cover it. That is some crazy stuff right there. Thank you. All right. Okay, on Friday, November 14, they ruled that Brian was competent to stand trial. This decision followed a 40-day mental health evaluation in Bridgewater State Hospital, the results of which were not consistent by the defense. Jury selection will begin on Tuesday, 18/25. Trial start date, opening argument. The trial is December 1, 25. Change of venue denied. Judge denied the defense's change for venue of the emotionally charged inflammatory. Okay, pretrial hearing. A final pretrial hearing was held Monday, November 17, 25, to discuss motions including the admissibility of evidence such as online searches, descriptions of Anna Walsh, and judge ruled that the jurors will be barred from watching the news during the trial given the case's high-profile nature. Evidence. The prosecution's case is expected to rely heavily on circumstantial and digital evidence as Anna Walsh's body has not been recovered. Evidence includes internet searches allegedly made by Brian Walsh on his son's tablet for things how to embalm a body and 10 ways to dispose of a dead body, as well as video footage of him purchasing cleaning supplies. Yeah, I'll be working overtime for the holidays. Yeah. If y'all want me to do the live streams, I'll do them. Okay. I'll be glad to. Mermaid said, I watched heap of holiday movies yesterday. Sister Act, Edward Scissorhands. I've been sitting off social media and have a hot cup of anything and having relaxing time, more serotonin. Mermaid, I'm glad that you are taking care of yourself and doing that. That will certainly help you. And just distract yourself from the Temu world and going back to those things. Yeah. I watched a Christmas movie yesterday. I believe it was called Jingle All the Way. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger's in it. It was a 90s movie. It was quite hilarious. And so I'm also winding down and watching Christmas stuff too. So I'm glad. Thank you for filling us in. All right. We'll find out, Six. We'll find out. Okay. And as somebody who's actually SA'd multiple times and attacked, and her attacker got free, fake SA allegations really pissed me off. Abs, I agree, because somebody being accused of something like that is really messed up that didn't do it, right? And somebody being framed is also bad too, and it gives a discreditation to people that actually were SA'd, because when you, for instance, like if somebody, like, you keep using a term and or accuse people of something you didn't do, like with what Amber Heard did, when people actually get SA'd or something bad happens to somebody, no one's going to believe it or take it seriously because people have heard it too much. So I can understand that it would be personal for you. And I'm glad that you are righteous in your view on that. Ab says, I have messages of him admitting to doing it, and he got off. Effed. Yeah, that is just, they failed you, Abs. That's just wicked. Okay, bye for now. Good with all the medical crap going on. Okay. Okay, Frog, thank you for hopping over to this chat, and we hope to see you next time. Buddy, thank you for stopping by, for hopping over. Okay. So, Bad Santa was a classic. Okay. All right. All right, and I despise people who twist the truth and sounds like my stalker. Yeah, that's what they do. It's a manipulation. These liars are like basically magicians. They're full of magic tricks. They're more like dark wizards. Well, Breeze is still here. I thought she wasn't. Okay. Pre-trial hearing. The evidence. The prosecution case is expected to rely heavily on circumstantial and digital evidence in Walsh's case, as Anna Walsh's body has not been recovered. Evidence includes intent searches allegedly made by Brian Walsh on his son's tablet for things like how to embalm a body and 10 ways. Yeah, I read that already. Okay. So, it's making sure that I got everything read in that little sentence. Okay, so case background. Brian Walsh was accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna Walsh, a mother of three who disappeared around New Year's Day, the year 2023, and he pleaded not guilty to charges of murder, misleading a police investigation, and improper convenience of a human body The alleged motives presented by prosecutors include that Brian Walsh discovered his wife having an affair, of that he hoped his disappearance would help him avoid prison, a separate federal art fraud case. We had someone in the chat that was confused with their chromosomes and they came identify as a cat. Okay. Interesting. He also told me I was 80 years old and in a wheelchair and he would still arm me. Sometimes when I repeat that I laugh because of what the fuck, right? And I mean, it gets better. Interesting. All right. A mermaid says, "Abs, oh, I'm with you. I had a dream about this other night, and I told my stalker my dream if she wanted my stuff since she wanted me so bad." Yeah, the truth. And Anna said the smart deleters don't don't bury a six holes and cover with a leaf. I remember something about that, but I don't. I see, like, I'm not even like. It goes over my head. Some of these people, like, okay, so the cat person also called chat immature. Well, that sounds like an entertaining situation. They identify as a cat, calling the chat immature. Well, it must have been Bubbles. Bubbles, or maybe the new kitten we have must have been playing a joke on chat. But that's something funny. Okay. Oh. Ham says, I've been struggling with nightmares of him coming after me. It definitely is coming, but at times it was in the middle of my sleep. Okay. That is. Thank you, Abs. That is. You're a very strong person to go through these very horrid things. So thank you for sharing. And they're entirely unhinged and freaks. They never get their way. Yeah. Right, right. They don't have to conceal their deleted. Right, exactly. Okay, I went to the person for like 45 minutes and then blocked them. It gave me something to do during lunch break. All right. Interesting. Okay. Oh. The case of MA and Brian versus Brian Walsh is a high-profile murder trial where Brian Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife Walsh. Anna Walsh around. Okay, so Brian Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife Anna Walsh around New Year's Day in 2023 in their Cohasset, Massachusetts home. Anna Walsh's body has never been found. Right, exactly. Cat person was making fun of the judge with her weaves, etc., and we make fun of her all the time, though. Yeah. And as a nightmare scary, just recently it was awful, and real guy and girl I robbed and beat report nightmare. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Mermaid said, imagine somewhere you hate just to spill nonsense. Right, exactly. Yes, we are here for you, as Six said. Absolutely. He woke me up in person. It was crazy, and I was on night meds, and he didn't even get burglary charge. Mermaid, it happened all the time. Mogi, DP, Malak was Brian Walsh this morning. Core allegation. Prosecutors allege that Brian Walsh murdered his wife and disposed of her body to cover up the crime. Prosecution case largely circumstantial, relying on digital evidence and forensic findings from trash in a couple's home. Brian Walsh has pleaded not guilty to a charge including first degree murder, misleading police investigation, and improper conveyance of a human body. Key evidence prosecution. The prosecution case includes evidence such as internet searches allegedly made by Brian Walsh on his son's iPad following Anna's disappearance, including searches disposing of a body and dismemberment tools. Physical evidence of the couple's basement include body stains and damaged bloody knife, trash bags found at a transfer station, combined items belonging to Anna, bloodstained clothing, tools, rags, and DNA. On some of these items found DNA from both Anna and Brian Walsh. Yeah, they'll do that sometimes. Yeah. As we are not doing or even thinking of that, no. I don't need Austin leading my family. I believe he would if I wasn't here anymore. He claims we will be together life or in death. That is a manipulation tactic they use. It's a scare tactic. It's also what um, Chad Daybell would say. You know, that's the kind of stuff he thought. So did Lori Daybell. Av said, "I'm chilled right now. I could be attacked, and I'd be say chilling. I'll be fine, but my mental state is really struggling with what the f." And thank you for letting us know what's going on. I mean, remember this chat would not be the same without you. So you are an essential centerpiece to the spaceship, and we are all glad to be here for you. And it's great that you were explaining to us about your situation. Thank you. We really were wondering about you because it's been a while since we've talked to you. Surveillance footage allegedly shows Brian Walsh purchasing cleaning supplies the day after Anna was last seen. Potential motives suggest by prosecutors include possible affair with Anna, her life insurance policy naming Brian as beneficiary, his pending federal art fraud sentencing, and Anna's plans to move their children. Something very interesting is something that I think is an essential part is Brian Walsh purchasing cleaning supplies the day after Anna was last seen. Potential motives suggested. So these are potential motives. It includes possible affair by Anna, her life insurance policy naming Brian as a beneficiary, his pending federal art fraud sentencing, and Anna's plans to move their children. Defense strategy. The defense has charged the admissibility and weight of certain evidence, including the online searches and private investigators' contract, while competency concerns were previously raised after Brian Walsh was stabbed in jail, and he has been ruled competent to stand trial. Hello, Pussycat. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Right? And shout out to Mary Toodles. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Defense strategy. The defense has challenged the admissibility and weight of certain evidence, including the online searches and private investigators' contract, while competency concerns were previously raised after Brian Walsh was stabbed in July, and he has been ruled competent to stand trial. Brian's father kicked him off his will before he died. Okay, thank you for that detail. Trial will start December 1st, 25. Chat said shout out to Mary T. You, Mary T. Okay, she says hi back, chat.
No pirate game right now?
No, not right now. Think saw his mouth and blew him a kiss. Nice. Mom blew a kiss. Oh, okay, Anna. Okay, I get it. And Brian Walsh has made several statements to law enforcement after his wife's disappearance, but prosecutors have accused him of mishandling investigations, and his initial claims were central to the charges filed against him. Last seen, Brian Walsh told police he last saw Anna in his early morning hours, New Year's Day, January 1, 23, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. His mom, that came out nasty-ish. Hilarious, Anna. Mama's boy. Alright, so several statements in law enforcement after his wife's disappearance, but prosecutors have accused him of misleading investigations, and initial were charge filed against him. Statements to police. Last seen, Brian Walsh told police that he last saw Anna in her early morning hours of New Year's Day, January 1, 23, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Work emergency. He claimed Anna had work emergency in Washington, D.C. and left the house to catch a ride, share Uber Lyft to Logan International Airport. Recuperation and timeline. Brian initially appeared calm when speaking with police. He provided a timeline to his movements on January 1 and 2, which include running errands for his mother and taking his son for a milkshake. His defense attorney initially stated he has been incredibly cooperative with investigation. Reporting her missing, Brian Walsh contacted Anna's employer to ask about her whereabouts and later reported her missing to the police. January 4, these days after he said that he last saw her, he told police it was not abnormal for her to work long hours and not contact family immediately. It reminds me of the one of the recent cases in Waukesha that we saw, I think, a week or two ago. Hello, not the other one, the Roxy instead. Hello, Roxy. Damn, already guilty for me and Miranda. They probably have Lockett ain't scared of those. Only don't train, fight only ain't skilled. Joyce said that she's innocent. Scared. 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 Alrighty. Alright. Work emergency. He claimed Anna had work emergency in Washington, D.C. and left the house to catch a ride. Uber lifts to Logan International Airport. Cooperation timeline. Brian Walsh initially appeared. Okay. Reported her missing. Brian Walsh contacted Anna's employer to ask about her whereabouts and later reported her missing to the police on January 4th, 3 days after he said he last saw her, and he told police it was not abnormal for her to work long hours and not contact family immediately. Discrepancy. Acute accusations. Police and prosecutors quickly found that Brian Walsh's statements were allegedly false or misleading. Travel records. There were no records of Anna taking a ride shared to the airport or boarding a flight on January 1. She did not board a flight and she had previously booked for January 3 earlier. She said they said hola. Right, Michael said Walsh's mom was not kicked out of court this morning. She was asked to leave while a motion that dealt with her was discussed. She came back in after they were done with the motion. Okay. Phone activity. Brian claimed he lost his phone and left the house to run errands on January 1, but analysts determined his phone was Cohasset House all morning. Aaron's claims. The police found no evidence his claims trips by his mother's home and stores on January 1 and 2 actually happened as described. Yeah. Every time Alien says Anna, take a shot, yeah. Digital evidence. Investigators uncovered internet searches on his son's iPad for topics like how to dispose of a dead body and how long before a body starts to smell, which contradicted his claims of innocence. Handwritten notes. Brian Walsh left handwritten note his dining room table for friends that read, I appreciate your concern right now. My focus is finding Anna and spending time with. In this case, the person is spelled Anna with one N. He Googled things. Hacksaw dismember. Does baking soda mask a dead smell? Right. Okay. Handwritten note. Brian Walsh. Okay. Court during the appearance. Brian Walsh has generally remained silent on speaking briefly to confirm understanding that the charges his defense has mostly spoken on behalf and entered not guilty plea to all charges. I didn't know that, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. On New Year's Day, the phone activity of Brian and Anna Walsh was very different. Anna's phone remained stationary at a near couple's home or for a significant period, while Brian's activity involved his phone staying at home using his son's iPad for disturbing searches and eventually his phone traveling around the North Shore area. Absolutely, Abs, that's true. Stationary home. Anna's phone pinged the area that Cohast house on January 1 and into early hours of January 2. Last ping. The phone's last connection to a cell tower occurred at 3:14 a.m. on January 2 within a short distance of their home, after which it was turned off. Early of Gray. Earl Grey. No travel. This data contradicts Brian Walsh's statements that Anna left early on January 1 to take a ride shared to the airport for a December work trip No ride share or flight records for that day were found. You're wasted. Scared. Stationary homes. Anna's phone pinged in the area for Cohasset House on January 1 and into the early hours of January 2. Last ping. The phone's last connection to cell tower occurred at 3 a.m. 3:14 a.m. No travel. This data contradicts Brian Walsh's statements that he made, and no other activity. There was no activity on her credit or debit cards, nor any social media usage after New Year's Day. Shroom tea. Yeah, I think I like tea too, and that is hilarious choice. Yeah, scared shroom tea. Those nice mushrooms. I could imagine that must have been quite interesting. All right, Brian Walsh's phone activity. Phone stayed home, but he didn't. Brian Walsh has claimed that he misplaced his phone and left at home when he visited his mother to run errands. However, analysts of his phone determined it was plugged in the house on the morning of January 1, while other devices left the house were traced to locations where he was seen on surveillance. Use son's iPad for searches. Crucially, prosecutors allege that on New Year's Day, Brian used his son's iPad to conduct a series of disturbing internet searches starting off at 4:55 a.m. Go bowling after, it's super fun. How long before a body starts to smell? This is what the guy looked up. How long before a body starts to smell? How to stop a body from decomposing. 10 ways to dispose a dead body if you really need to. How to clean blood from a wooden floor. Mushrooms go on my steak, my baked potato, my hamburger, or my cheese food. It does not go in my coffee tea mug. Okay. And mushrooms are very good. Absolutely. They taste very good. I think with mushrooms, that's what Mario uses as a power up. Travel and disposal activity. Phone data and surveillance video from following days allegedly track Brian Walsh to stores where he purchased cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, and hacksaw and dumpsters where he disposed of the items. Yeah, he was trying to blame the sun. Yeah. That is true. Lion's mane. I know about that mushroom. Correct. Thank you, Pussycat. Sending hearts to you as well. Never done Delic, but thinks people put something like on Sugar Cube told me it signs what says just eat never so joyful in my life. Oh, welcome back, Aaron. Yeah, he definitely deserves a rot. My garden has just been decorated with magic mushroom lights. Oh, nice, nice, Pussycat. I'm sure that's very enchanting with the different gnomes will like it, and the garden gnomes will like it. Any other little fairy critters? I should say fairy creatures. Yeah, the solar lights. I know what you're talking about. I have those too. Huh?
Critters is okay.
I know. I wanted to use something more.
Creatures is a good one.
Yeah, creatures. It's like England with a garden, and critters I think is more like American word. So I want to say something more fitting with that.
Wood, woodland creatures.
They're woodland creatures. Yeah, the woodland creatures. Yeah. Oh yes, yes. That is a cool pussycat. Awesome. This is what he said in his call. I mean, in his searches, he put how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop body from decomposing, 10 ways to dispose of the body if you really need to, how to clean blood from a wooden floor. Shout out to you, Aaron. Thank you for being here. You rock. And also all of you as well that are here too. Travel and disposal activity. Phone data and surveillance video from the following days allegedly track Brian Walsh to stores where he purchased cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, and a hacksaw, and dumpsters where he disposed of the items. This defendant is a really piece of shit that he wants to blame his 6-year-old son for something he did. It's like, yeah, he really was being desperate and trying to save himself. Phone data and surveillance video from the following days allegedly track Brian Walsh to stores where he purchased cleaning supplies, mops and buckets, and hacksaws, and dumpster where he disposed of the items. Or what suspicious items are found in the trash bags? Home Depot, Home Goods, and Whole Foods, all of those stores I've been in. Oh, yeah. It must be very eerie since it happened in your area. 6. Definitely. For Brian sucks. When you're attacked in prison, you obviously hate it. He's probably an ass. Yeah, shout out to Tom. I'm proud of him too, that he overcame all that. Yeah, shout out to him, indeed. Investigators recovered 10 trash bags from the transfer station where Brian Walsh has allegedly disposed of items containing numerous suspicious items, many with stains consistent with blood. The items found in the trash bags include personal item belonging to Anna Walsh, a Padra purse, a pair of boots she was last seen wearing, her COOF C19 vaccine card, part of a necklace consistent with one she wore in photos, women's clothing, tools and cleaning supplies, hacksaw, hatchet, cutting shears, towels, rags, cleaning agents, gloves, a mop, and tape. Other items: a Terek suit, full body protective suit, slippers, section of carpet rugs. Oh, see, Aaron, this is what happened. So the defendant looked up this stuff on his kid's iPad, and really, in a sense, they thought that they would not look at the son's iPad because he was not involved. But in a way, it's putting the criminal content on his son's iPad. So, yes, in a sense, he looked it up on his son's iPad to because they thought they wouldn't look there and it would be on that one instead of his own. So that's a very selfish thing he did. You're welcome, Tom. Okay, let's see. Let's see what his defense says. Brian Walsh has entered a plea of not guilty on all charges, and his defense team has primarily focused on challenging the admissibility and strength of the prosecution's evidence, as well as questioning potential police bias. Key aspects of defense position include challenging evidence admissibility. The defense had fought to suppress key evidence, including the alleged internet searches and certain video footage, arguing that some evidence was obtained illegally or is too inflammatory to be shown to a jury. Let's see right here. Yes, we are going to watch it, Aaron. Yes. Watch some trials tonight, absolutely. I think, let's see. Did I see this one? I don't know. Let's see what year. I don't know. I probably did see it. I don't really remember. The name's familiar. So, question about that news reporter stabbing 80-something-year-old mom to deletion death. Do we think she was doing something self-defense or went nuts on Halloween? Okay. Let's see. Stabbing her 8 times, mom's death. Think she was doing something. Let's pull this case up and discuss it over here. And yes, Aaron, we're going to be watching some trial stuff in a little bit. And Evening Passion, welcome. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, she may have went crazy of abs. For her to do it that many times the way she did it, it probably went crazy. Even if they're, I don't know what her reasons were. Yeah, she probably, because someone that does it in such a rage, that is a bit of a stretch for just self-defense. Oh, you fell asleep. Yeah, I heard that it was sleep-inducing. Former news anchor charged with murder after allegedly stabbing and killing her 80-year-old mother. A former news anchor has been charged with the first-degree murder after allegedly stabbing and deleting killing her elderly mother. Al- Algaline Angie Mock, 47, worked for Fox 2 news station in St. Louis from 2011 to 2015. Her mother, 80 years old, Antia Evers, was found unresponsive in her home in Wichita, Kansas. The morning of Friday, October 31, a former news anchor has been charged with murder after allegedly stabbed and deleted her elderly mother. He played bingo for most of the afternoon while trial was on. Scared. Yeah, it sounds like something snapped. She looked like a Karen. That's exactly what she was, yeah. A former news anchor has been charged with murder after she allegedly stabbed and killed her elderly mother. Police responded to a report cutting at residence in Wichita, Kansas, about 7:52 a.m. local time on Friday, October 31. Media release shared on Facebook by Sedgwick County Police Department (SCPD). Upon arrival, police found a woman who was later identified as 47-year-old Angeline Angie Mock standing outside of the home. Then they entered the residence and found Mock's mother, Anita Evers, 80, unresponsive in her bed with multiple stab wounds. Evers was transported to a local hospital where she died later that morning, per the media release. You can't sleep at work. Scared. Alright, and show this. This is her. That's her mugshot. Mock was also treated at the hospital for undisclosed injuries and was then taken into custody. At the Sedgwick County Jail, per police, she was charged with murder in the first degree on October 31 and is being held on bond of $1 million. They did not receive a response after they reached out to her on the 2nd. Ma previously worked as a news anchor and reported for Fox 2. Madam, please look sinister. This for a mugshot. Ma previously worked as news anchor and reporter at Fox 2, St. Louis from 2011 to 2015. Per LinkedIn profile, she later transitioned into sales and was currently working for data management software. Time for arrest. And per Lincoln, Mock's motive for alleged crime is not clear. At this time, information about her initial court appearance is currently unavailable. Okay. Used to be hot, she's flammable now. Right. Okay. All right. So now I'll be going on to playing some trials for y'all. Okay. And so here. Now, I will also say if anybody had trial suggestions of any videos they want to see, feel free to put it in the chat also. Okay, Joyce, see you in a little bit. Thank you for hanging out with us. Okay, this window right here. Yeah, I mean, I think that with these trials that are there, it is quite guilty from what we've seen so far. Okay, so in this, we'll be playing I'm lurking trying to make dinner through numbers before dinner. Okay. Okay, Moki. I'll be playing some of the Wade Wilson trial. We saw some parts of it recently, and we're going to play the rest. More parts of it. How about that? Someone takes a sand, and let's go here. That's the wrong button. We're going to go that way. Come on. Come on, page. Cooperate. That way. That's good. Now switching to this and going here.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Charles Caruso,
Where are you currently employed?
the City of Cape Coral Police Department.
What is your assignment with Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a sergeant currently assigned to supervise the Marine unit.
Sergeant Caruso, what type of training and experience do you have to be in your current position?
Aside from the academy training, which was about 4.5 months or so back when I did it. It's longer now. I've gone through about 300 hours, give or take, of advanced investigations training, and we get mandatory in-service training quarterly. So that over 26 years, it's quite a bit.
So you've been with Cape Coral Police Department for 26 years?
Not with Cape Coral, but overall, I just started my 27th year in January.
All right. Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your assignment on that day?
I was assigned to road patrol, and I was the supervisor of the South District.
Did you become aware of an investigation involving someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And what was your specific role with regard to that investigation?
Specifically, there were a couple locations in South District that I was asked to check and to make sure they were getting checked. Looking for the welfare of Christine Melton because she had not been heard from and had not been seen.
And did you know who Christine Melton was at that time?
No, ma'am.
So when you got this information that she was missing, were you aware of any other scenes that were already set up?
Yes, I knew there was a location in either the North or Central District. I think it was right on the border between the two, where her vehicle had been found.
And was that vehicle at Mateo Graphics?
Yes, ma'am.
So were there already Cape Coral police officers at that scene trying to determine where she was or what had happened?
Yes, ma'am. And they were, from what I understood at the time, it was a.
Sustain.
Your Honor, if I may give an exception,
Okay.
again, effect on the listener as to what he did.
All right. Sustain.
Okay, what did you do?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, I knew that we had, this was a very high priority. Several of my officers went to 4838 Tudor Drive, which is where we knew Christine Melton lived.
There's some other areas that were checked as well?
Yes.
What other areas?
I had an officer go to Duffy's Tavern, which was a place that I found Christine Melton was employed. I wanted to see if she was there. She was not. And I was given another address on Stratford Court that was somehow had been somehow associated with Christine in the past. I went there and spoke with a resident, and there was no connection to Christine. So they were both of those leads had been exhausted, and we were left with 4838 Tudor Drive.
Now, at 4838 Tudor Drive, you mention there were other officers that you had sent to that location?
Yes.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 10A. Is that the 4838 location that you're referring to? Ms. Melton's house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, looks like it.
Okay. And were they able to make contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and had been notified over the police radio that.
Sustain.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you were at that location, did you, again, no one had made contact with her?
Right, that's correct.
And had her body been found in the car back at Mateo's?
No, ma'am.
So what did you and the officers at her home decide to do?
We forced entry into the house by knocking in the front door with a ram.
And what happened when you got inside of her home?
We were inside somewhere around 45 seconds. Long enough, it's a small apartment, long enough to see there was nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen, but on the floor between the bedroom and the kitchen was a large bundle of, it was hard to tell, looked like bed sheets and clothing. We couldn't see anything right away. We spread apart the sheets just enough to see a leg, the lower portion of a leg. I noticed immediately there was a unique tattoo on it, and at that point we backed out and left the apartment.
Okay. After you backed out, did you change your mind about staying out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I realized in my kind of desire to make sure we protect the scene that we really hadn't cleared the bedroom adequately. And from my experience, I know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation, and we need to make sure that everyone who's going to be there is going to be safe. So we had to make sure there was nobody hiding. And we also knew at that point there were other charges, and I also realized that we hadn't really done anything to confirm whether or not the person in the blankets was alive or dead.
Were you able to confirm whether the person in the blankets was alive or dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that?
I've put on a glove to feel for a pulse, and I could feel that her arm was already stiff.
And you said that you cleared the home. Did you find any other person at all in that house?
No, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you and showing you some items of evidence. If you could take a look at each of these pictures, please.
Okay.
These items fairly and accurately represent the outside of the home and the inside of the home back on October 7th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would move exhibits 10, 10B, 10C, and 10D into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Sergeant, you were testifying that when you first walked in, you saw what looked like a pile of blankets in between the kitchen and the bedroom. Is this what you first saw when you walked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10C. Is this a closer up view of those blankets that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Then you mentioned seeing a unique tattoo showing you State's Exhibit 10D. Where is that tattoo? Are you able to see from there on that photograph?
Yeah, it was on the lower portion of her right leg.
Showing you a close-up, which is 10E. Is that the tattoo on the leg you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually take a photograph of that tattoo on her leg?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Knowing how this investigation would play out, I knew that it would be it might help in help making an identification.
So at that time when you saw this body, you weren't for sure whose it was?
That's correct.
Now, after you backed out the second time, did you have a crime scene prepared?
Yes, I instructed my officers to put up crime scene tape and start a crime scene contamination list.
What is a crime scene contamination list?
It's just a log of everyone who comes and goes and the times that they enter and exit the crime scene.
About what time was it that you arrived and entered Ms. Mountain's home?
I got on scene about roughly 4 o'clock. We made entry, I believe it was 4:12.
So that's 4:12 p.m. on October 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10, and it looks like there's some yellow crime scene tape. Was that put up by officers blocking off that home and that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone went past that yellow crime scene tape, do they have to sign that contamination log?
Yes.
Now, about how many people, once you realized this was a crime scene, about how many officers would you say showed initially?
While I was there, I think it was just me and officers from my squad, so there were 4 or 5.
And was a homicide investigator assigned to come out and take over the actual investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you were on that scene, did any of Christine Melton's family members begin to show?
Yes.
And were you the one that actually notified them of anything?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a victim advocate come to the scene?
Yes.
And as far as the identification and the notification, was that assigned to other officers later?
Yes, that was assigned to a detective who was working on the case.
Once you cleared that house, was a search warrant signed off on so that crime scene could come in and do a thorough investigation and collection of evidence?
As far as I understand, yes.
So you weren't involved in collecting any of that evidence?
That's correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sergeant, just clarify something. You forced entry, the front door.
That's correct.
You went in, you located Miss Melton. How long did that take?
It was under a minute.
Okay. You and your officers came out of the house.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go back in to a second time to clear the house? Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you in there that time?
About 3.5 minutes.
Did any of the officers disturb the pile that Miss Melton's body was under?
No. In fact, I told the other officers to stay where they were, and I knew it was a small room that really needed to be cleared, and there was no point in any more than one person going, so I did that myself.
Okay. You didn't find anyone else in the house?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Nicholas Malone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Malone,
Where are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
over 15 years.
Could you describe your training and experience that you've had?
Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Broward in 2007, 2008. Hired on with Fort Lauderdale. Road experience for over 8 years, field training officer. Then I was assigned to the Professional Standards Bureau, background hiring of officers. And I was tasked with the, from there I went to major crimes, assigned to the FBI task force, tracking down internet predators.
Say it again, please.
Tracking down internet predators against kids.
Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that day?
That I was assisting, I was in major crimes, assisting in information regarding a vehicle that had fled.
Now, as part of major crimes, are they involved in investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine, with regard to that car fleeing, who that car belonged to?
Yes.
And who did that car belong to?
Miss Melton.
Were you involved in any attempts to try to locate Miss Melton?
I was.
And did you end up finding out her emergency contact?
I did.
Who was her emergency contact?
Sorry if I mispronounced, Miss Cometer.
Was her first name Samantha?
Yes,
Did you end up being able to get in touch with her?
I did.
Did she put you in touch with somebody by the name of Stephanie Johnson?
Yes.
Now, during this time, have you yet located Christine Melton, or has anybody located her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you learn that Christine Melton had been found?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in going into her home or helping with evidence?
No.
Did you actually ever go into her home and see her body?
No.
Now, did you try to see if you could learn more information from neighbors or going around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jurors what it was that you were tasked with doing?
a simple canvas of a neighborhood, if anybody saw or heard anything. So I knocked on doors, spoke to people. The consensus, the people I spoke to, there was nothing out of the ordinary they saw or heard. During that canvas on the 7th, I was able to locate also cameras on a building on that road, Tudor Drive, 4807. They had cameras pointing north and south on that road. So I just make note of the camera systems if I can't make contact with the people that day.
Okay. Did you actually review any footage or any camera footage that you noted?
I did.
Okay. And what camera footage did you note that had some interest to you?
So the camera 1 and camera 2 that was on the building of 4807 Tudor, that building behind it on Marine Drive, I believe is 4810. That was the business area of Mr. Bill Masters, owned both properties. I had made contact with him to try to get the video.
Good night, Abs. Thank you for coming to the stream. Nice seeing you today. Also, Aaron, that is really cool that y'all are interested in the Bible too. It's, I think it's very important. Okay, and we'll continue with this Wade Wilson trial. All right.
Or review it. So I had gone back later, I believe on the 10th, to review that video of camera 1 and 2.
And when you reviewed that video, did you note anything of any significance on that camera?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see on that camera?
So the camera system was showing the hours that I recorded from 0300 to, I believe, 0620 hours. And I was able to identify a vehicle matching the description of the black Nissan Versa.
And was that the car that belonged to Christine Melton?
It appeared so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 12. If you just take a look at this, what is this piece of evidence?
It's a DVD of the video that I received with my initials on it.
Did you have the opportunity to review this video?
Yes, I've seen that
And
video.
it's the same video that you collected?
Yes,
Did you put your initials and the date that you reviewed it?
I did.
At this time, the state will move 12 into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And you mentioned you conducted a neighborhood canvass of the area. Did you also conduct several interviews of people that had information about this case?
I did.
Was one of those interviews of Stephen Testaseca?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the case?
Father,
The father of who?
Mr. Wilson.
And did you record that interview that you conducted with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with his wife?
I did.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes.
When you interviewed the two of them, did you make sure that they were separated?
I did.
And then did you also write a statement about your involvement in this case?
I did.
We have a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
The video that we just saw, there's a car moving down the street. I assume that's the object that you all were interested in? You have to
Yes.
answer that loud.
Yes.
Okay. What time did that car travel?
So on video, the system, it was approximately 6:10 a.m. However, like most systems I've dealt with in the past, people don't change their time, like my personal one, I don't. So they're typically an hour off. So that time I was able to determine that was approximately an hour off the system for fallback. So the morning hours there, I was able to easily just figure out that the system was approximately an hour off. So even though the system shows that it's 6:10, it was probably 7:10 a.m.
Okay, so it's an hour behind.
Correct, because if it was actually 6:10, it would have been dark outside still during that time.
Did you interview someone named Ann?
I spoke with her. I don't believe I did a formal interview with her.
What was her last name?
Miss Johnson?
Okay, so you're calling her Andrea? Is that the Johnson that testified earlier?
I need clarification. There's a few women I spoke to.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw about that case. So, going to give you a summary of just a little short information about that trial. Yes, poor man, I agree. He went through a lot. Resume Wilson in a moment. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so here we go. Make sure everything's set up right. The case of Massachusetts versus Brian Walsh is a high-profile murder trial where Brian Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Anna Walsh, around New Year's Day 2023 in their Cohasset, Massachusetts home. Anna Walsh's body has never been found. Prosecutors alleged that Brian Walsh murdered his wife and disposed of her body to cover up the crime. Prosecution's case is largely circumstantial, relying on digital evidence and forensic findings from trash and couple's home. Brian Walsh had pleaded not guilty to all charges, including first-degree murder, misleading police investigations, and improper conveyance of a human body. All right. Prosecution's case includes evidence such as internet searches allegedly made by Brian Walsh on his son's iPad following Anna's disappearance, including searches about disposing of a body, dismembering tools, physical evidence found in the couple's basement, includes blood stains and a damaged bloody knife. Trash bags found at a transfer station contained items belonging to Anna. Bloodstained clothing, tools, rags. DNA testing on some of these items found the DNA from both Anna and Brian Walsh. Surveillance footage allegedly shows Brian Walsh purchasing cleaning supplies the day after Anna was last seen. Potential motives suggested the prosecutors include probable affair by Anna and her life insurance policy, named Brian as his beneficiary, his pending federal art fraud sentencing, and Anna's plans to move their children. Yeah, that was his mom. That's true. The defense has challenged the admissibility and weight of certain evidence, including the online searches and private investigators' contact, while competency concerns were previously raised after Brian Walsh was stabbed in jail and he has been ruled competent to stand trial. Oh, okay, Fifi, understood. Thank you for being with us in chat. Jury selection is scheduled to begin on November 18, with opening arguments set for December 1. Passion said tools, surveillance, and potential motive, and one again, kids pop up. This time, justify a murder. What a surprise. Yeah, right. We've seen this all the time. Yeah. Hello, Remy. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, we definitely are. And Anna says, I think face tats are crazy. Got to be regrettable at times. Yeah, I don't have any face tattoos, obviously, but yeah, certainly Wade has lots of a whole collage in his face. Yes. All right. Statement police. Last seen, Brian Walsh told police that he last saw. This is about questioning disappearance. Last seen, Brian Walsh told police that he last saw Anna in the early morning hours of New Year's Day, January 1, 2023, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Work emergency. He claimed Anna had a work emergency in Washington, D.C. and left the house to catch a ride, Uber Lyft, to Logan International Airport. Cooperation timeline. Ryan Walsh initially contacted Anna's employer to ask about her whereabouts, and later reported her missing to the police on January 4, 3 days after he said he last saw her. He told police it was not abnormal for her to work long hours and not contact the family immediately. Sherper. And Remy said, I'm tired today. Am I good? Yeah, I am doing fine. I'm doing fine. I've been, quite, let's see. I've been doing quite a bit today and last night. Yeah, I definitely, continue to get, sleep and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you, Remy, for checking in on me. Oh, hello, Regina. Good evening. including running errands for mother and taking his son for milkshakes. His defense attorney initially stated incredibly cooperative with investigations. Reporting her missing, Brian Walsh contacted Anna's employer to ask about her whereabouts and later reported her missing to police on January 4, 3 days after he said he last saw her. He told police it was not abnormal for her to work long hours and not contact them immediately. I don't follow Court TV that much. No. But I'm not a member of their chat room. No. Yes, and I am one thing, and with Remy, I'm glad that Remy made up with some of the people she was. There was a feud going on, and she did make up with people she was feuding with, which I'm glad that she did. And I hope over time we can, chat can, continue to get along. So, but I'm proud of her that she did that. You're not a member either, okay. And discrepancies, accusations. Police and prosecutors quickly found Brian Walsh's statements were allegedly false or misleading. Trial records, there was no records of Anna taking a ride share to the airport or boarding a flight on January 1, and she did not board flights, and she had previously booked for January 3rd either. Phone activity. Brian claimed he lost his phone and left the house to run errands on January 1, but analysts determined his phone was Cohasset House of the morning. Went to Court TV once. I think they had a chat off or something. There was something I didn't like about it. I can't remember. Yeah, they don't have their chat room. You have to be a paid member of the channel to be in their chat room. There's a handful of members, so sometimes I follow, but they have drama. Oh well, okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Remy. And I hope you're doing well yourself, Remy. With everything. And Remy, I was thinking about your cat. I think you, yes, your cat you have. I was of nice colors and nice long hair. I remember I've seen it a while back. I was thinking about him. Right. Core TV wants you to pay to chat. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Right, phone activity. Brian claims he lost his phone and left the house to run errands on January 1, but analysts determined his phone was at the Cohasset around all morning. Oh, you're not a member, Fifi? Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, we were curious about it. Aaron claims the police found no evidence. His claims trips to mother's home and stores on January 1 and 2 actually happened as described. Digital evidence. Investigators uncovered international searches on his son's iPad for topics like how to dispose dead bodies. So he wanted his son's iPad. Oh, yes, and I'm glad that you don't spend it unnecessarily. That's good. And investigators uncovered the searches on his iPad topics like how to dispose of dead body and how long before body starts to smell, which contradicts his claims of innocence. He was looking that stuff up on his son's iPad. Oh, he's the boss of you. Scared. Okay, well, that cat is the king of the house. Definitely. Of I certainly is a lion low key. And Tom said I haven't had cable since I moved here in 2016. I haven't had. Yeah, my family doesn't use the cable because there's like streaming stuff people could use, and I watch YouTube and the internet mostly. I'd say I had about there's like a satellite thing that's used, not a satellite but like one of those like modern antennas. But yeah, it was about 2018 or 19, something like that, a couple years ago. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in channels you pay for you don't even watch, so I could understand where people would see that cable is redundant, or satellite or cable. Back in the times before the internet, or the internet was there, but it wasn't like as being used as much. That was something interesting to see how time has evolved. Yeah, we do need some cases, Fifi. And yeah, today everybody was going to sleep. Yeah, everybody was going to sleep today. The chat was funny, though. The chat was kind of wild. But everything else was quite, like, boring with child, yeah. You never had cable in the UK. Okay, I had never known that. Okay, thank you. I never knew that. Wow. All right. Brian Walsh had left a handwritten note on his dining room table for friends that read, I appreciate your concern right now. Focus on finding Anna and spending time with. Yeah, it does to many members. I agree. Talking about the pre-internet days is that the dinosaurs were roaming the earth. It's like, rather than Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, it's Cyber Park and Cyber World. Or a Cable World and Cable Park. Oh, now it's all members only. Oh, yeah, it was a spicy chat. Yeah, I was talking about the internet. So what happened, Remy, I was talking about the times before of when the internet was used for streaming a lot, and when they had cable and satellites, and I was talking about it like it was the age of the dinosaurs. Like this long, long ago era of humanity. Like I'm talking about like how people in the Terminator talk about this time period. Now Remy says to Fifi, I like Core TV, but it's mostly members only. Okay. Yeah, I like some of their content, but yeah, the members only, it's not really welcoming the chat, definitely. Oh, Remy was, okay. I thought I was talking about it a certain way, so Remy's the one that, okay. So, yeah, the internet I remember when, after the hurricane, we couldn't use cable right away, so we had to go back to using satellites. And then after we used the satellites, we then went back to the cable. But there's Dish Network, that was a satellite, and then DirecTV. Like, I would go to Mississippi, my family had a place over there, and there'd be DirecTV satellites. But I remember when it used to be a certain way. I remember I'm a miniature dinosaur. I remember VHS. But there's some people might think that I'm a dinosaur for VHS. But I remember that, then the DVD players, and then everything got digital. It's kind of wild, everything's digital. Like when I play you all a child scene, it's a link instead of a DVD or a tape. It's a link. It's quite, or a file. It's quite incredible. But anyway, people still use cable. It just in some ways became redundant because you're watching stuff you don't need that you could just watch on YouTube or streaming services. Right, court. During court appearances, Brian Walsh had generally remained silent over speaking briefly to confirm understandings of the charges. His defense has mostly spoken on his behalf and entered a not guilty plea to all charges. This is what he looked up on the son's phone, by the way. Phone stayed home, but he didn't. Brian Walsh claimed that he had misplaced his phone and left it at home when he went to visit his mother to run errands. However, analysts of his phone determined it was plugged in the house on the morning of January 1, while other devices left the house and were tracked to locations where he was seen on surveillance. Used son's iPad for searches. Crucially, prosecutors alleged that the New Year's Day, Brian used his son's iPad to conduct a series of disturbing internet searches. Oh, you do? Passion? That is awesome. I still have a VHS flipper. Yeah, Robin Williams was a phenomenal actor. Rest in peace. When I was coming up, we used to always play the VHS of those movies he did. Yeah. So that's cool. You still have that. One thing I like watching VHS was those old Disney cartoons. Those are funny. Yeah, and these are the searches, and at 4:55 a.m. it was how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, how to clean blood from a wooden floor, travel and disposal activity, phone data and surveillance video, 60 Shaggy D is all the best. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Absolutely. Now, that speaking of, I was thinking of Scooby Doo. I like watching those cartoons on Boomerang a lot. But and that is cool with the Mystery Machine. I like that. Google searches are the best. Yeah. Shaggy DA is the best. Yeah, thank you, Anna, for a commentary. Yes, absolutely. And yeah, how to create yourself for murder. Yeah. It says how to stop a body from decomposing, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, and how to clean blood from a wooden floor. Travel and disposal activity, phone data and surveillance video from the following days allegedly tracked Brian Walsh to stores where he purchased cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, and hacksaw, and dumpsters where he disposed of them. So that's what he was looking up on his son's iPad. What a piece of shit. Yeah, I know the movie. And thank you for clarifying, though. But it reminded me of Scooby-Doo because of Shaggy from that. But yes, I vaguely recall that movie you speak of. Yes. And yeah, he was a brilliant dramatic actor, indeed. And thank you for the mentioning of that movie. Yes. And I easily could have gotten that mixed up. Easily. But I recognize the D, no pun intended, And I'm like, that, I think I know what that is, but she said it's district, yeah. Then I'm like, then it really rings a bell to me. Yeah, thank you. All right, travel and disposal activity. Phone data and surveillance video from following days allegedly track Brian Walsh to stores where he purchased cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, and hacksaw and dumpsters where he disposed of the items. This is what was found in the trash bag. Personal items belonging to Anna Walsh. A Parada purse, a pair of boots she was last seen wearing, her COOF-19 vaccine card. Anna said, Remy, Google searches really let you into someone's mind. Fool says for Murda. Big anger. Scared. Part of a necklace consistent with one she wore in the photos. Women's clothing. Tools and cleaning supplies. A hacksaw. A hatchet. Cutting shears, towels and rags. Cleaning agents. Gloves. A mop and tape. A Tyvek suit, a fully body protective suit, slippers, sections of carpet rugs. Forensic analysts confirmed that many of these items include the Tyvek suit and slippers had human blood on them. And DNA testing found DNA from both Anna and Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh has entered plea of not guilty to all charges, and his defense team has primarily challenging admissibility and strength to the prosecution's evidence, as well as questioning potential police bias. Key aspects of the defense position arguments include challenging evidence admissibility. The defense has fought to suppress key evidence, including the alleged internet searches and certain video footage, arguing that some evidence was best is 60s the Shaggy. Right. Thank you, Anna. They had a lot of good movies and different shows and stuff back in those days. And one thing Robin Williams did was the famous Nanu Nanu, the alien thing. Yeah, that was I get that a lot because of the alien character I have on YouTube. So that was another cool character from a couple of decades ago. That's like what the character would say. The questioning investigative bias. The defense has sought records related to lead investigator, former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, arguing his alleged bias in separate high-profile case. In the KR trial, might indicate bias in their investigation of Brian Walsh. There's a trial for some guy that did some accident, and he has the same attorney from. He has AJ from the KR trial. So that I don't know if that's being covered. Yeah, he's toast, right? Regarding the alleged affair, the defense has argued that Brian Walsh consistently maintained that he was not having an affair. It did not believe Anna was either. His attorney stated that his pornography searches Searches, some of which include terms like cheating wife, were unremarkable and do not prove he had knowledge of his wife's specific actions or motive to delete her. They also contended that a contract for a private investigator hired by Brian's mother is irrelevant, and he has repeatedly dismissed of the idea and did not participate in it. Challenging characterizations. The defense has raised objections to prosecution's witnesses making statements that describe Anna Walsh as loving mom or someone who would never abandon her children, arguing this is an attempt to inflame the jury's emotions. Hello, Moki. Welcome back. I'm going over for the chat that wasn't here earlier about what the Massachusetts mom murder trial is about. Competency and venue. The defense requested a change of venue due to extensive media coverage, arguing it would be difficult to find an impartial jury in Norfolk County, a motion the judge denied. After Brian Walsh was stabbed in jail, his lawyers argued he was mentally incompetent to stand trial due to fear and anxiety. A court order evaluation, however, found him competent. Walsh's defense better have some dirt on a wife, or he has had nothing. That's a risk of jury trial. You can't pretend she wasn't a devoted mother. Yeah, Mork and Mindy. Thank you. In the 80s. Thank you, Anna. All right, let's see. Okay, thank you, Anna. Prosecutors believe Brian Walsh killed his wife in their Cosette home, likely on New Year's Day 2023, but exact method has not been definitely stated in the court because Anna Walsh's body has not been recovered. However, the prosecution has presented substantial circumstantial and physical evidence to support their theory that he then dismembered her body to dispose of her remains and cover up her crime. Key evidence supporting the dismemberment theory. Internet searches. Brian Walsh allegedly used iPad to search things like 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to, dismemberment, placed ways to dispose body of what is best tool to dismember. Okay, thank you, Anna. Physical evidence at home. Investigators found blood stains and damaged bloody knife in the basement of the couple's home. Purchase items. Surveillance video allegedly shows Brian Walsh purchasing numerous cleaning supplies, tools, including mops, brushes, a hacksaw, a hatchet, goggles, and utility knife, as believed to have been used in the crime and disposal. Items and trash. Items recovered from the transfer station dumpster include a hacksaw with small bone fragments on it still being processed for DNA, a hatchet, gloves, a civic suit, and blood-stained rags and clothing that tested positive for Anna Walsh's DNA. So no body is recovered, so they can't do an autopsy to figure out exactly what happened. But they found a bloody knife, so she may have been stabbed. Items and trash recovered from a transfer station dumpster included a hacksaw with a small bone fragment on it, still being processed for DNA, a hatchet, gloves, a Tyvek suit, and bloodstained rags, clothing that tested positive for Anna Walsh's DNA. While immediate cause of death cannot be determined without a body, prosecution case has built a narrative that Brian Walsh killed, dismembered, discarded his wife's body to avoid prison time in a separate art fraud case due to suspicion of an affair. All right. So that is the answer to that. Brian himself has largely remained silent on his specific internet searches, as is right in the criminal case. However, he did appear to react to allegations when they were read in court. Court reactions: his arraignment on January 23, as prosecutors listed gruesome searches he allegedly made on his son's iPad. 10 ways to dispose of dead body, hacksaw, best tool, dismember. Brian Walsh was seen on video shaking his head in apartment disagreement or disbelief of the allegations, so basically putting the blame on his son. Defense argument: while Brian has not directly addressed the searches with public statement, his defense attorney has offered counter arguments and legal challenges regarding evidence. Challenging admissibility: defense has argued that investigators obtained digital evidence improperly without proper consent, thus violating Walsh's constitutional rights. They have attempted to have the search results suppressed from the trial. Passion said hired a detective to investigate his wife, which he argued isn't relevant. Doesn't want her described as loving mother or devoted lover. Also fake Andy Warhol artwork, rabbit hole. Yeah, it's he's quite a vermin. Yeah. Contextualizing searches. Defense attorney Tracy Minner has downplayed the significance of the searches. She argued in court that while the body disposal searches were problematic, Brian Walsh also made other concurrent, more innocuous searches, such as how to set up a charitable corporation for lottery winning, the best places for a family vacation, implying they may not be conclusive evidence of a murder. But it's just the timing of all this isn't too good, is it? It's like, chat, this man's looking up how to dispose of a body, how to get rid of the smell, 10 ways to get rid of it. Bro is like, he either he's into some weird stuff, or he's into doing some really, he might be interested in some evil stuff, or the other thing is he's interested in evil stuff and actually was going to do something evil and did something evil. So that's another factor in it too. All right, and questioning motive regarding the search on December 27, 22 for a cheating wife and pornography, which the prosecution argues points to motive. This is in December 27, 22. Defense argue was pornography searches and non-specific proof of his wife's actions or motive to kill her. I hope he wasn't looking at stuff up on his son's iPad. That's going to open up another door to something really bad. Scared. The defense aims to challenge the interpretation and weight of the digital evidence during the trial, which is scheduled to begin in December 25. Ah, that's an interesting defense right there. If he watches trials, it would be normal for him to look up stuff like that. Yeah. And let's see. Answer her question. Did he do the Warhols? Yes, Brian Walsh was involved in an extensive art fraud scheme involving real and fake Andy Warhol paintings. The federal case is separate from his current murder trial, but it would plays a key role in prosecution's theory regarding a potential motive for the alleged murder of his wife. The authentic paintings in 2011, Brian Walsh gained access to two authentic Andy Warhol shadow paintings and other art belonging to a college friend's family in South Korea under the pretense of helping them all the pieces for a good price. He never returned the art to his friend. Crazy like a fox. Yeah. The scheme. He sold the original authentic prints to gallery in 2011. Later, around 2015. I want to just like reread this part. I may have not read it. Okay. Authentic paintings. In 2011, Brian Walsh gained access to two authentic Andy Warhol shadow paintings and other art belongings belong to college friends' family in South Korea under the pretense of helping them sell the price of good for a good price. He never returned to the art to his friends. Yes, Linda, it's the same person that allegedly sold artwork. Yes, correct. The scheme. He sold the original authentic painting to gallery in 2011. Later, around 2015, he obtained replicas of the shadow paintings from artists who was unaware of the intentions and attempted to sell those fakes and originals. The eBay sale. In 2016, he listed the fake paintings on eBay using photos of the real authentic stamps to convince a buyer they were genuine. The buyer purchased them for 80 grand, but quickly realized they were forges upon receipt. Legal outcome. Walsh was indicted on federal fraud charges in 2018 and pleaded guilty to wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud and unlawful monetary transactions. In April 2021, he was eventually sentenced February 24 for 37 months in prison in order to pay 475 grand in restitution. You're welcome, Linda. My pleasure. If I was going to copy art and pass it off Warhol's, would be the easiest. I'm sure there's a better place for high-end art exchanges than eBay. I agree with you. Absolutely. Connection to murder trial. At the time of Anna Walsh's disappearance, Brian Walsh was awaiting sentencing in the art fraud case and was under house arrest with a location monitoring devices. Potential motive. Prosecutors in the murder case suggest that Brian Walsh, pretending prison sentence and significant restitution deck created by financial motive for him to delete kill his wife and sole beneficiary over her 2.7 million life insurance policy. Trial evidence. The art fraud conviction and related financial issues are expected to be presented as evidence of motive in the upcoming murder trial. He's awaiting sentencing at the time. Wow. Yeah. Let's go up here. Okay, let's see about his claimed errands that he had. Okay. Brian Walsh's claimed errands and New Year's were central to the intentional investigation, but were later found prosecutors to be clear attempted, misled, or delayed investigation. According to his initial statement to the police, his timeline for January 1, 23 was as follows. I am well, Doe. I had a interesting day today with the trial groups, and I'm well, though, and I hope you are too, Doe. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, we will see, because sometimes, like, trials, the defense and the state can agree to not allow certain things in a trial. And remember, it was explained, like, if someone stole something from a cookie jar 5 years ago, it won't be brought up in the new trial over something else. And what, like, Terrell Brooks did was he opened up a bunch of doors about things that were agreed to not be discussed. And, so we'll see if they made an agreement not to mention things, or if they did mention things, we'll see what comes out. Morning at home. He told police that after Anna left for the airport between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., he made breakfast for his 3 boys. Afternoon departure. A babysitter arrived in the afternoon, and he left his home to get groceries about 3 p.m. Visit to mother's. He claimed that he then drove to this mother's house in Swampscott about an hour away around 4 p.m. He claimed he got lost without his cell phone, which he said one of his children had taken and misplaced, making the drive longer. Errands for the mother. After arriving at his mother's, he said he left within 15 minutes to run errands for her at CVS and the Whole Foods in Swampscott. Return home. He claimed he returned to the Cohasset home around 8 p.m. Police findings versus claims. No phone loss. Analysts of his phone data showed his phone was actually plugged in and on the Cohasset house all morning, January 1, not lost. Police findings versus claims. Aaron's unidentified. There was no receipts or surveillance video found that showed him at the Whole Foods or CVS in Swampscott on January 1, as he claimed. Actual movements. While his phone stayed at home, his son's iPad was tracked traveling to various locations. Surveillance video and phone data from January 1 and 2 showed him making several unapproved trips, a violation of his federal house and arrest, including visits to a Home Depot, Lowe's, and CVS, where he purchased hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, and hacksaws. He then was last seen video disposing of the items in a dumpster. Anna said to Doe, hey Ado, long time no see, girl, you been okay? So yeah, and Doe can answer that. And what did he claim to have purchased? Brian Walsh, extensive purchase of cleaning supplies and tools from Home Depot, Lowe's, CVS, and Home Goods, and TJ Maxx on January 2, January 4 in 2023, totaling hundreds of dollars in cash transactions. He wore a surgical mask and gloves during some of these purchases, and surveillance footage and capture him with a cart full of items. From Home Depot to Lowe's, mops and brushes, buckets, multiple 5-gallon buckets, tarps, drop clothes and plastic sheets, tape, hacksaw, and hatchet. Super clever, leaving the phone at home, but oh darn, the tablet too, oof. Alright, I know. Yeah. A hacksaw and hatchet. Tyvek full of coverage with bow covers. You've been looking forward to this trial. Oh, yeah, well, finally the time has come. Gloves and goggles. Rags, 20 disposable, and terry cloth towels. Baking soda, trash bag, Murphy oil, and other cleaning products. From CVS, 13 different types of hydrogen peroxide. From Home Goods, TJ Maxx, towels, bath mats, and 3 rugs. A trash can. These purchases, in fact, that Walsh did not mention them to investigators, were a primary focus on prosecution, who argue they were used to clean up the crime scene and dispose of evidence. He was shanked in jail and then traumatized, etc. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah. Scared. Let's see. Smarter than the average defendants. And about the shanking, yes, Brian Walsh was shanked in jail upon the attack in September 25. This incident became a significant factor in the legal proceedings leading up to his trial. When the assault occurred on the night of September 11, 25, in the pre-trial housing unit in Norfolk County Sheriff's Correctional Center in Dedham, Massachusetts. The weapon, according to Sheriff's Office, he was attacked with a makeshift blunt instrument. The outcome, Walsh sustained non-life-threatening superficial injuries and was taken to both Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston for treatment. He was conscientious and alert and returned to the jail later that same night. The attacker was subdued by the correctional officers, and the incident remains under investigation. Competency evaluation. The attack left Walsh suffering from fear, anxiety. According to his lawyers, his defense team argued that the physical and mental effects of the assault rendered him temporarily incompetent to stand trial and fully participate in his defense. Trial delay. Due to these concerns, the judge ordered a 40-day mental health evaluation at Bridgewater State Hospital, which delayed the start of his trial, originally scheduled for October 25. Competency ruling. Following the evaluation, the doctors concluded that Brian Walsh is competent to stand trial, and a judge ruled according to November 14, 25, allowing the trial to move forward. All right. So that is Murphy oil is for wood floors. Oh, thank you. I probably knew that, but I didn't remember that off the top of my head, though. Thank you, Fifi. All right. I must have unknowingly pronounced it wrong. Thank you. Con. Chus. Thank you. Okay, who stabbed Brian Walsh and why? The person who stabbed Brian Walsh in jail has not been publicly identified, and the motive for the attack has not been officially released. The incident remains under investigation. Norfolk County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the inmate attacked Walsh with a makeshift blunt instrument on September 11, 25. Another individual was subdued by correctional officers immediately after the incident. While the attacker identified, the specific motive are unknown. The incident led to a temporary delay in the murder trial, which Walsh underwent mental competency evaluations. As his defense argued, the attack left him suffering for sufficient fear and anxiety. Oh, hello there, hot mama. Welcome back. Scared. Looks like she might be lurking. And you got this. right here. Now this is, basically some information about the case. Seeing anything else, we're going to go into it. The person, in my opinion, seems guilty. Okay, so we got, he's going to be on December 1st. He's going to be, he allegedly murdered his wife. The evidence is strong for it. He looked it up on his son's iPad how to do it. He was shanked in prison. Okay, anything. Okay, I was watching another show. Did y'all figure out if that was his mom in the courtroom, like Elsie said? It's his mom in the courtroom. That's what we determined. Yeah. I'll double check though. Yes, Brian Walsh's mother was seen appearing blowing kisses to him in the courtroom as he was led out following a final pretrial hearing on Monday, November 17, 25. His mother, Dinah Walsh, was seated in the gallery taking notes during the hearing. As her son was being escorted out of the courtroom, she stood and appeared to blow kisses in his direction. Brian Walsh reportedly nodded back in response. Sorry, cat. On arm, one finger typing. Okay. Yeah, I know. She looked younger than him. And it's kind of weird, definitely. But yeah, it's apparently his mother. Apparently. All the sources say it's his mother. And I'll see if anything else comes out about it. But that's what it seems to be. Yeah, her body has never been found. That's true. I'll play y'all the clip of the mother blowing kisses. Alright. Shout out to the spaceship cats.
So the plan is we'll see each other. We'll end today's work. I appreciate the commitment to do some further work on issues, but I think we're really in pretty good shape
That's right.
as we move forward to the start of this. I will get you later this afternoon the what I believe is the most updated witness list, which will be attached to that supplemental questionnaire. Take a look at it carefully, and I made some changes, some other minor changes that you'll see in there.
And I think we'll be able to give the court the binders of the internet stuff with spreadsheets of the isolated ones that we're looking at.
All right, that sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, and we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You as well, Your Honor.
Matters continued to November 18th at 9 a.m. Thanks, everyone.
No? Okay. I like to keep it simple, Madam.
All right, so that is the scene in question of the mom blowing kisses to him in the courtroom. Yeah, and scared. Okay. And going over the screen this way. Right there. Come on, mouse. Well, you saw the article as you scrolled YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I played the clip. I'll play it again. I'm just gonna. I know people saw what I just showed, but I'll play it again. Whatever.
No? Okay. I like to keep it simple, Madam.
All right, and that was the scene.
Okay. I like to keep it simple, Madam. I like to keep it simple, Madam.
All right, that's her right there. Hello, Sauce. Good to see you. Not the typical defendant vibes from this guy. More like an accountant. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can't wait for his trial. Thank you, Alien, for the stream. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And, oh, hey, Sauce, buddy. Good evening to you. You're welcome, Anna. Oh, no, I have to surprise moderate in 30 minutes. Okay, understood. Okay. What I'll be doing is, at this point, we're going to continue to watch the Wade Wilson clips from the Wade Wilson trial. It's a blink and you will miss, but she did blow a kiss. Not this. I'm gonna slow it down. Or we're gonna play it in slow motion, like we do with the depth trial.
I like to keep it. No? Okay. I like to keep it simple. I like to keep it simple. Okay.
Yes, it's his mother. Right. Playing again in slow motion. Even slower motion.
I like to keep it simple.
Yeah, that was his mother that just blew him a kiss in the courthouse. Now, we don't. Now, technically, I'm not God. I don't know everything. So, they say it's his mother, right? But who really it is, I will find out in the future what the real truth is, but it's allegedly his mom. That's the mainstream narrative for now. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah. You look like an attorney, Sauce. That's true. Yeah, Fifi, thank you for raising this question because it looks too youthful to be his mom. Yeah, definitely. I would question that too.
Okay. I like to keep it simple.
Could she be like a conspiring mother from Kindergarten Cop, or just started standard loving mother? Dramatic music slowly fades in. Ah, yeah, that's a good question. Could she be like a conspiring mother from kindergarten? Very funny, Shaza. That's possible, Fifi. Yeah, you never know. It could be some magic or something. Yeah. And we have LCO. Look right there. She gets the defense attention. Yeah. And she gets something from the defense. Okay, Sauce is saying that she looks older than him, and Fifi says no, she doesn't look older than him. That is what she said no to. That she disagrees with her looking older than him. All right, and this is, I put her over here. Here's a list of witnesses to intimidate in order to save your son. Right. All right, that is the mother right there. That is a still of the mother. Now, her hair could be colored, maybe. Yeah, that could be a factor. I don't know enough about it to distinguish a difference, but people could dress a certain way to make themselves look a certain age, maybe. But yeah, she definitely does look younger than we would expect her to look. Definitely a clown show indeed. Yeah. Yeah, she got good skin treatments like we were mentioning before. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Maybe she used different moisturizers or things like that to make her skin the way it is. Yeah. Or she had something done. Okay. So, yeah, that is it. I had a good nap. I'm firing on all pistons. Give me that clown nose. Yeah, okay. Oh, definitely. All right, there you go. Fire up all the pistons, and the circus begins. And circus music cues. Let's see. And she's wearing something on her. Okay. His motive was that the mother was going to take away the son, was going to take away the kids, rather. And he was going to be arrested or imprisoned over some other art fraud that he was involved in. And that she was cheating on him. Sauce says she has long, beautiful hair, but it's obviously his mom. Okay, thank you. Yeah, scared. Definitely twists that his mother is there in the courtroom. Definitely a twist, and she was handed a piece of paper, probably to intimidate the defense. I mean, to intimidate the witnesses. Yeah, scared. Yes, it's definitely a horror movie material, and is she going to be allowed in the courtroom next time? We're gonna have to wait and find out to see how all that goes. So yeah, that was the motive, and that he thought that she was cheating. He wanted to possess the kids, and he was going to be over in jail for something else, so he didn't want this custody thing to go through, and the body has never been found. So yeah, it's definitely a script for a horror movie. And his vibes don't give off a killer vibes. He gives off like an accountant or a lawyer vibes. That's another thing about him, that he may come off as a deception about what his true motives are. Alright. And going this way. Over here. Yeah. Especially his internet searches are a big giveaway. All the stuff he put in the bag, his stories don't add up. He apparently was going to a store, but he was not anywhere. The body missing is completely doesn't add up. He was an art scammer. That's what he was. Oh, hello, Tony. Hiya, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. And welcome back. We are reviewing this. We do trial summaries and court cases and stuff like that, and that's what we're doing at the moment. We do with this group. All right, this case is the Brian Walsh case. Yes, he was a scammer. I'll explain what he did. She is old enough to be his mom, Joyce says. Okay, thank you, Joyce, for your take. All right, Brian Walsh was involved in an art fraud scheme, which he stole authentic Andy Warhol paintings from a friend and then sold fake replica versions to unsuspecting art dealers and consulting for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The theft. In 2011, Walsh visited a college friend and his family in South Korea and convinced them to let him sell some valuable art on their behalf, including 2 Warhol shadow paintings and a dollar sign painting. He took the paintings back to U.S. but never returned the proceeds art to his friends. Walsh sold the original dollar sign painting through Christie's auction house for $40 grand. Keeping the money for himself, he obtained fake copies of shadow paintings and sold those various buyers, including gallery owner in California, for $80,000 after listing them on eBay with false claims of provenance and buyer in France. Well, yeah, this is part of the case. What this guy did was he murdered his wife, allegedly, and he looked up on his son's iPad about how to hide a body. And does a body smell after 10 days? After days. And how to get the smell out. That's basically what he was doing. Yeah, he's a fraudster. Hey, buddy, I'll help you sell these. I'll just take them home with me alone. Trust me. All right. He even sold a likely fake $sign to his own dentist. The outcome. The gallery owner in California quickly realized that the paintings were fake upon delivery. As Walsh had used photos of the real paintings for the listing, but sent copies, this prompted the FBI investigation. Walsh pleaded guilty in April 21 to 1 count each of wire fraud, interstate transportation, to the fraud possession of converted goods, and an unlawful monetary transaction. In February 2024, he was sentenced to 37 months in prison for a scheme in order to pay $475,000 restitution to the victims. Right, exactly. And this is a separate case that happened in January 23. Oh yeah, Fifi, she's talking about the searches that the guy was making. For instance, after his wife Anna Walsh was last seen on New Year's Day 2023, Brian Walsh allegedly used his son's iPad for numerous concerning internet searches related to body disposals and decomposition. Searches conducted between January 1 and January 3 reportedly include topics such as how long it takes for a body to start smelling, how to prevent decomposition, methods for disposing of a body, how to embalm a body, whether body parts can be discarded, dismembered techniques, how to clean blood from a wooden floor, effects of ammonia on the body parts, whether it's better to discard or wash crime scene clothes, use of a hacksaw or dismemberment, if a person can be charged with murder without body, how long someone must be missing to inherit. Right, exactly. Fifi said, "This case seems real estate lady who Leah killed her spouse with oxyfentanyl and was committing fraud and had lots of debt." LC says Warhol is an iconic artist. Wow, this guy was getting sentenced for fraud and now his wife missing. Yeah. All right, and evidence found in the home. Yeah, that is true, Tony. Yes. During their search of Walsh family home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, investigators found blood stains in the basement, a damaged, bloody, stained knife, and a second knife. These items were collected as evidence and sent for forensic testing. In addition to physical evidence in the home, investigators found crucial digital evidence by sizing up Mac Pro and a couple's son's iPad, which contained internet search history related to the disposal of human remains and murder without a body. Most of other significant physical evidence includes a hacksaw with bone fragment, a hatchet and cleaning supplies, and Anna Walsh's personal belongings was found in trash bags as a transfer station in Peabody, Massachusetts, and a dumpster near Brian Walsh's mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, apparently 40 miles away from the Cohasset home. Yes, I know you're talking about Fifi. I believe I've heard of it before. I don't remember what it was called, but I've heard of that case. I've seen so many of them. When people and some people are literally just scammers. That's how they make their money. Right. All right. Let's look up this case that she's talking about and see what this all about is. All right, Corey Richens. The case described involving real estate agent who allegedly killed her husband with fentanyl while facing significant debt and committed fraud is a case of Corey Richens from Utah. Okay. The victim, Eric Richens, was died March 2022, and prosecutors alleged that he was died from a lethal dose of fentanyl. The fentanyl level in his system was reportedly 5 times the lethal dosage. Right, exactly, Linda. He thought he had a good poker face. Yeah. The alleged motive. Court documents indicate that Corey Richens was in debt from house flipping projects, owing over $1.8 million to lenders. Prosecutors allege she killed her husband for financial gain to solve her money troubles. The fraudulent actions. Corey Richens was indicted on numerous courts of financial fraud, including mortgage fraud, insurance fraud, forgery, and money laundering. She allegedly forged her husband's signature to take out $250,000 in line of credit without his knowledge. She accused of submitting falsified documents for mortgage loan applications. She also allegedly took out multiple life insurance policies on her husband without his knowledge. Previous attempts. Prosecutors claimed this was not her first attempt to kill her husband. They alleged that she tried to poison him with fentanyl-laced sandwiches on Valentine's Day in 22, a month before his deletion death. The children's book after Eric's death, Corey Richens' self-published children's book about grieving the loss of loved ones, titled Are You With Me? She was arrested 2 months after the book was released. Current status of Corey Richens: pleaded guilty to all charges and was indicted additional financial fraud counts in 25. She remains in custody awaiting trial. We talked about this trial a couple months ago. February 26th, it's scheduled to be. February 10 to 13, February 17 to 28. That'll be close to my birthday next year. Okay. Thank you, Fifi. It'll be February 25th. In dumpsters near his mother's Swampcoat apartment complex at Peabody Transfer Station, where that trash was taken, investigators recovered approximately 10 trash bags containing numerous items with blood stain consistent with an effort to dismember and dispose of the body in this Walsh case. Evidence in a dumpster included bloody materials, towels, rags, and heavily stained rug. Tools, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and cutting shears. Cleaning supplies, gloves, tape, cleaning agents, and Tyvek protective suit. Anna Walsh personal items, her Perida purse brought boots similar to those she was last seen wearing, a portion of a necklace, and her C-19 vaccine card. Other items: slippers and sections of the carpeting. DNA testing on many of these items revealed presence humor in the blood, human blood with DNA, and Anna Brian Walsh identified on items like Tyvek suit and slippers. Investigators also noted that the plastic liner was missing from Brian Walsh's vehicle and the interior had been freshly vacuumed, suggesting attempts to clean the car as well. Seen enough of this mother already. Oh, okay. We'll switch it that way. Yeah, okay. Scared. Fifi said looks good for a granny. Tony said my great niece was born on February 29th. She'll be 18, but I kid her that she's 4.5. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, okay. Yep. So, yeah, that is the case. And see. I counted all her nose hairs 3 times already. Hilarious. No, I've seen him before, Fifi, but I've not watched him much. But I will look at it. I'll check him out. Thank you. I've seen him before. Prosecutors in the murder case of Anna Walsh alleged that her husband Brian Walsh had a dual motive for her murder: financial gain from life insurance policies and desire to avoid lengthy prison sentence in his ongoing federal fraud case, which was complicated by potential dissolution of his marriage. Yeah, that's always good to have, Tony, yes. A logical mindset. The key alleged motives are financial benefits. Anna Walsh had life insurance politicians totaling approximately 2.7 million for what Brian Walsh and his sole beneficiary. Okay, Joyce, understood. The final beneficiary, Anna Walsh, had life insurance policies totaling approximately 2.7 million, for which Brian was a sole beneficiary in pending divorce affair. Brian suspected Anna was having an extra material affair and hired a private investigator to follow her around the same time. Anna reportedly told a friend that she was prepared to leave Brian and move to Washington, D.C. with their children. Walsh allegedly searched "what's the best state to divorce for a man" on Google. Federal case in child custody. Brian was awaiting sentencing in a federal art fraud case and believed that having custody of his children would result in a lighter sentence, potentially home confinement instead of prison time. Anna's plan to move the children to D.C. threatened this possibility. Defense has disputed these motives, arguing that Brian was not in need of money and did not know about alleged affair until after his arrest. Hello there, Tina. Welcome. Have you been doing well? Passion said no life insurance would pay in these conditions. I guess he did try. Right. So those are his motives. Goggles and cleanup stuff will sink in. Yeah, absolutely. No, Anna Walsh's body has never been found. Prosecutors allege her husband, Brian Walsh, killed her, dismembered her body with hacksaw, and disposed of her remains in dumpsters across different locations in Massachusetts. He should have Googled how to commit murder and not get caught. Yeah. Despite absence of a body, prosecution planned to rely on substantial amount of circumstantial and digital evidence during Bryant Walsh's upcoming murder trial, including Google searches allegedly made by Brian and his son's iPad for things like how to dispose a body and can you be charged with murder without a body? There's another guy that used different scatter dumpsters. Ah, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm sure there was, and that is certainly a tactic that they use. Okay. All right. Let's see if this AI can pull it off. All right. Let's do this. I guess I have to type it then. Okay, so let's do this. So is layman's terms less than 160 characters. Terms and no body is always a problem. Oh. Yeah, okay, in this specific case. Let's see this. Be a little bit more specific here. In the Brian Welsh case, many small pieces of evidence, Google searches DNA on items and trash and store video, combine to create an errate story of the crime, making the lack of body less important. So there you go. That is the circumstantial evidence in less than 160 characters in layman's terms. In the Brian Welsh case, many small pieces of evidence, Google searches DNA on the items and trash, store video combined to create an airtight story of the crime, making the lack of a body less important. So that's just like a layman's terms explanation about the circumstantial evidence. No body always a problem unless there's enough other evidence. Right. My late husband never laid a hand on me in anger. For 49 years, I had 20 pieces of cast iron cookware, and he'd tell people that's why he never even tried. Well, there you go. Gotta give it points for that. It would probably work as a copy and paste. Yes. Right. She is a Siberian real estate executive's mother, 160 for a 3. Okay. All right, and then we're going to do this. No, the wife I meant. Okay. Yeah, so I definitely see he's completely guilty unless even if they get something on the wife, still I think he'd still be found guilty of something bad. Okay. Because allegedly the wife was cheating, but there may not be any evidence of the wife cheating. If there isn't, they have to just forget it. And let's see, anything else? Lynn said something. I didn't know Lynn. Oh, hello, Lynn. Good to see you. And prosecutors believe that Brian Walsh thought his wife Anna was cheating. A motive for murder. He allegedly hired a PI and Googled the man's name. Okay, yes, court documents and witness statements confirm Anna Walsh was having an external affair with a man in Washington, D.C. in the months leading up to her disappearance. Allegedly, that's true. And hello there, Lynn. Welcome to the chat. The man involved has been identified in court documents as William Fastow. He was a colleague and real estate firm at Tishman Speyer, where Anna worked. The man told investigators that they had been in a dating relationship for several months and had traveled to Dublin for Thanksgiving and spent Christmas Eve together, and cell phone recordings confirmed he was her most frequent contact. Prosecutors allege Brian Walsh knew the affair and primarily motive for murder, noting he had mother for hire and a private investigator to follow his wife and Googled the man's name. The defense, however, has disputed that Brian was aware of the affair before his wife's disappearance. Joyce said, as for all the Google searches, I am for sure going to have all the cops at my door one day. Yeah. All right, so I still think that he's guilty anyway, even if there was some affair going on. So that is information about that trial. Okay. All right, and then here, what I was playing before was scenes in the Wade Wilson trial, and we will look into this also. Let's go here.
Why did you not, if you talked to her by phone, am I correct?
Correct.
Why did you not do a face-to-face interview or a video recorded interview or something?
Which one is Andrea? The Andrea.
Well, you said Johnson.
Which last name are you referring to? Because I
No.
spoke to a couple women.
Right, and one of them was named Andrea.
Okay. Was that the one that I would have to recall my affidavit if that was the one that worked at Buddha?
May I approach?
You may.
See if this.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Christina Potts.
And where do you work?
I'm a forensic technician with the Cape Coral Police Department.
And that answers my next question.
Sorry.
And how long have you been a forensic technician for the Cape Coral Police Department?
For 12 years.
And what is involved in being a forensic technician?
We're responsible for responding to crime scenes, all types of them, from burglaries to homicides. We photograph them, document them through notes, sketches, video. We also collect items and process them. And I also do fingerprint comparisons and digital forensics.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've gone through over the course of the years?
Over 1,000.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. Did you have occasion to go to a residence at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape
Yes.
Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that location?
We responded there for a search warrant for a death investigation.
And what did you do when you arrived at that particular location?
I met with officers on scene. They explained everything. I took photographs starting with the exterior and took overall exterior and interior and then progressed through the scene.
What is the purpose of taking overalls as far as photography goes?
To document everything from a distance, so that way when you examine it closer, you can see the orientation and the location.
And then you also indicated that you went ahead and took photographs of the interior as well?
Yes.
Now, if I may approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you a whole stack of photographs here that have been already previously admitted into evidence.
I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of 4838 Tudor Drive?
Yes.
I'm also handing you what's previously marked as 10F, 10G, and 10H.
I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the interior of the items that you collected from Ms. Christine Melton's body?
Yes.
Judge, the state move 10F, 10G, and 10H into evidence at this time?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Now, after you go ahead and photograph and collect the various items on the interior, do you also go ahead and prepare what's called a diagram?
Yes, somebody on scene usually does, yes.
And what would be the purpose of preparing the diagram?
Just another form of documentation to show the orientation of things.
When we say orientation things, you talking about items that are contained within the residence in relationship to each other?
Yes.
Ms. Potts and Haney was previously marked State's Exhibit number 11. Are you familiar with that particular item?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that item?
It's a diagram taken of, made of the residence at Tudor Drive.
And that diagram fairly and accurately depicts the items in relationship to each other based upon the photography and the photographs that you took on the 7th of October of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge State moves State's Exhibit number 11 into evidence at this time as well.
Be admitted.
Judge, if I may approach and collect the various items to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Potts, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to your right. States 10, that's a photograph of obviously the mailbox, which orients us to the exact address to which you were dispatched. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at 10A, what are we looking at there?
That is the exterior of the residence, a little closer from the mailbox to show the whole outside from the front.
Now, to assist us in when we enter this particular residence, I'd like to show you the diagram, State's Exhibit number 11. Can you orient us with regards to where the front door would be?
The front door is in the bottom right corner with the line that is kind of at a 90-degree angle in and out.
So directly where my pen is and where it says we're in entrance, is that right?
Yes.
And as we enter into the front door, directly to our left, what area am I referring to as I'm circling the first big rectangle that's to the left of that area?
The furthest to the left is the living room area and then the dining room table area.
And if we proceeded in the front door and moved our way back into this particular diagram where it says kitchen, is that in fact indeed the kitchen?
Yes.
And then if we went to the left here and we see this item here that looks almost like a elongated cloud, item C, I believe, or L, excuse me. What exactly are we looking at in that particular photograph or diagram?
That is the female body that was in the doorway, wrapped in the bedding.
How far would you say that particular item was in relationship to the doorway?
It was in the middle of the doorway.
And from the front door, how far would you say it would be? Approximately.
I'm not sure on the distance.
Very well. So if I directed your attention here to what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 10B, is that the doorway that you're referring to, that back where actually the cat is located, and in that doorway we see it looks like a pile of bedding?
Yes.
And that's that cloud object that's depicted in the diagram?
Yes.
So then, as we make our way to 10C, what did you do when you observed that particular pile of bedding and clothing?
Photographed it.
Did you do anything more with it at that point in time?
No.
And then we're looking at 10D. That's a closer up photograph of the bedding and the clothing that's tied around it.
Yes.
Now, is this photograph one that you took as well, 10E?
Yes.
Now, after you took these particular photographs, what did you do next?
Waited for the medical examiner to respond.
Okay. And did they respond?
Yes.
And what did you do after they responded?
We had to take the bedding apart layer by layer, and photographed everything as we removed it.
So when we're referring to State's Exhibit number 10F that you just identified, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That is clothing that was tied together and wrapped around the outside of the bedding.
And what kind of clothing was that was being utilized to make the ties?
I believe that one is a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a bra.
And then we're looking at 10G, where we're looking at in this photograph.
That is a white scarf that was used it was wrapped around her hands.
And did you ultimately remove that scarf as well?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking here at in, item 10H?
Yes.
Now, when you discovered the body all wrapped up in those sheets and tied up with that clothing, what happens to the clothing that you had gone ahead and unwrapped the body with?
Each item was left tied as it was and was packaged separately and collected as evidence.
And what do you do when you collect evidence?
We submit it to our evidence unit, and most of those items were sent for additional testing.
Now, when you collect these particular items, how is it that you are processing them when you get them back to the lab?
They're laid out on butcher paper and photographed in the lab setting, usually with a scale.
And do you ultimately wind up going ahead and placing them into specific bags, into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what's involved in doing that?
If something's collected from the scene, we put it in a bag at the scene, and then we transport it back to the lab, and it's in my custody that entire time.
Is that to maintain integrity and control over that specific item?
Yes.
You may.
Ms. Watson, handing which previously marked Stacy's number 16, 17, and 18. Do you recognize each and every one of those items that are currently before you at this time?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
By the sticker on them with my handwriting and case documentation.
And are you aware of whether or not those items are in the same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request assistance as it relates to all three items with a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves, so that way she may examine each item. Would you please look into item that's previously been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. What is that item?
That is the black, white, and gray tied clothing.
Okay. And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And was that item sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing?
Yes.
Judge, state move Stacy number 16 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
For both of those items, the two items that we see here, it states Exhibit number 10D, which is the photograph depicting the tie here towards the bottom of this particular photograph near the leg area.
Yes.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 17. Would you kindly look into that bag and see if you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize those items?
They're the items I collected, and they are the two shirts, bra top, and jeans.
Are those items in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
And were those items also sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing?
Yes.
Judge, state would move Stacy's number 17 in evidence at this time.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Publish, Judge.
You may.
Potts, those items that you had identified and looked at and published for the jury just a moment ago, are those items one of the same items that you had gone ahead and taken a photograph of here in State's Exhibit 10D, which reflects the ties midway up the torso in the particular photograph that we have before the jury at this time?
Yes.
And those were the items that you had to untie in order to place in that bag, is that correct?
I did not untie them. They were untied at FDLE.
Fair enough. Now I ask you to take a look at the State's Exhibit number 18. Recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It is a blind rod that was found inside the bedding.
So when you say inside the bedding, what do you mean?
We did not locate it until we had taken the clothing off and started to open up the bedding. It was inside with the body.
And did you obviously also send that off for forensic testing?
Yes.
And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge State moves State's Exhibit number 18 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Now, is there anything of note worthy evidentiary value that you saw on this particular item other than it was collected and found with the body that was wrapped?
Yes, there was red stains on one of the ends.
Do you know which end?
The non-handle. This one.
Now, Ms. Potts, did you have any further involvement in this particular case after you had gone ahead and conducted the crime scene processing?
Yes.
What was that?
I also completed a body search warrant.
Okay. And what is a body search warrant?
When there is a search warrant provided to collect evidence from a body, usually photographs, possibly clothing, swabs.
And did you conduct a body search warrant on a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He is sitting at the right side table in a blue jacket and yellow tie.
Now, would you please describe for us, when you conduct a body search warrant, how you go about doing that?
First, I photograph the search warrant usually, then I take overalls of the individual, overall, closer head, close-ups of hands, then have them turn around and do the same, and also any tattoos, marks, cuts, scratches, anything of possible evidentiary value.
Does that also entail collecting work called buccal swabs?
Yes.
And what are buccal swabs?
They are swab samples collected from the inside of the cheeks
And what is the purpose of collecting buccal swabs?
to obtain a known DNA standard.
And would that be from the saliva obviously contained within the mouth?
Yeah, the saliva and skin cells.
Judge, not the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel from previously marked as State's Exhibit 38. May I approach?
You may.
Spots I'm handing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 38. Please take a look at that item and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the sticker in my handwriting with the case documentation.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And what is different about that particular envelope?
There's additional sealing from FDLE and an additional sticker.
That means that it was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, move State's Exhibit number 38 in evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Potts. Did you untie, apparently there were some sort of clothing tied around the, what was it, a mattress?
It was like the mattress pad and the foam cover and sheets and blankets,
Okay, and what was tied around them?
clothing items.
Okay. Did you undo those clothing items?
I did not untie them. We carefully pulled them off to keep them in the same condition they were in.
All right, and that's how you sent them to FDLE?
Yes.
All right. When you executed the search warrant, the body search warrant, some of Mr. Wilson's clothing had stains on them?
Yes.
Did you test for blood or any other substance?
Yes, I did test them for blood with presumptive testing.
I'm sorry?
I did do presumptive blood testing on them, yes, on the stains.
And were they negative?
Yes.
You process Miss Melton's house for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
Did you, and you took fingerprints from Mr. Wilson?
I did not take fingerprints from him.
Did you compare the fingerprints that you collected from the house against what you were advised were Mr. Wilson's fingerprints?
A different analyst did the fingerprint comparison.
Who was that, ma'am?
Lisa Lansky did the report.
Did you process any of the items that were around the body for DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I collected swab samples from almost every item I collected, and I don't believe those were sent for testing.
They were what?
They were not sent for testing
Why not?
because we're allotted a certain amount of items that we're allowed to send, and we can only continue testing if there's not evidentiary value found from the initial items.
And there, I take it, since you weren't able to send these items, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in what was submitted.
No, that means there was.
There was.
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they send the rest of the items that you processed, that you located?
It was not requested.
Did you process Ms. Melton's car?
I did not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Potts, for clarification, when you conducted your body search warrant of Mr. Wilson, do you know approximately how many days or how much time after you processed the scene did that body search warrant take place?
It was the same night.
It was the same night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the items that you had gone ahead and collected that were not sent off, are you aware of whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement goes ahead and continues testing various items that are found around a particular item or a specific item of interest once they've confirmed specific DNA?
They usually will not continue testing.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So it's FDLE's position, to your knowledge, in a homicide case, that they only test a limited number of items?
Yes. Depending on the evidentiary results that they gave.
So if the items test positive to begin with, they don't want anymore?
They may accept additional items, but they will not take every item from a case, no.
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can
May
step
I
down.
ask if she be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. And you can step down.
The state calls Charles Caruso. May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testa II.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
About how far is Lakeland from Fort Myers?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like how did they?
Oh,
How were they known?
they went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you were his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you wanting your help?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story, you know.
So at this point, when he says that there were two people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Did you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these two people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on in that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so. Yeah.
So he just told you that that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things, what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
You say excited, what do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
No, ma'am.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in the slot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now, prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Okay. Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement initially?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber, and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Giving them further details?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it your understanding that him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
Did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at that house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further and tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description since there's other people.
White shirt, blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified.
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
Yes, sir.
he told you he was hiding out from the police in that house.
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. One month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him till he needs me again. 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be excused from his subpoena.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Dr. Noelia Alemar Hernandez.
Dr. Hernandez, would you please tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm an associate medical examiner here in Lee County at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
And what type of background do you have that allows you to be a medical examiner?
I did a bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I did a residency program in anatomic pathology at NYU. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
After training, almost 5 years now.
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology actually is?
Yes. So pathology is a branch of medicine that studies disease, just like internal medicine is also a branch of medicine.
And what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology would be a subspecialty of pathology, just like, for example, cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. And what forensic pathology focuses on is determining the cause and manner of death by examining a dead body, as well as reviewing medical records and whatever information we have to make that determination.
And what is anatomical pathology?
Anatomical pathology is just when you talk about pathology, you have anatomical and clinical. Anatomical focuses more on studying disease, like organs. So we do a lot of, for example, when you have a biopsy that would get sent to the lab, that's an anatomic pathologist that looks at that under the microscope. So it's not just doing autopsies, you're also looking at a lot of slides to diagnose disease as well in any organ.
Now, over the past 5 years that you've actually been a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably close to 1,400.
Now, in October of 2019, were you an associate medical examiner here in Lee County?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the autopsy of a young lady by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
In general, could you describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury the medical purpose for conducting an autopsy?
So like I was saying, we conduct autopsies to, the main reason is to determine the cause and manner of death for a decedent, as well as to document disease and injury as well on a dead person.
Please explain for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly a cause of death is.
So the cause of death is the disease, the injury, or it could be a combination of both that causes the death of an individual.
And when you refer to manner of death, what do you mean?
So manner of death is just a classification of how the cause of death came about. So it can be classified as natural, somebody that dies, for example, of old age or just heart disease. It can be an accident, like, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. Suicide, when somebody takes their own life. Homicide, which is deaths at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is when it could either fit into more than one of those categories, or we don't have enough information to put it into any of those categories.
Now let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Ms. Christine Melton on the 8th of October of 2019. Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began conducting the autopsy of Ms. Melton?
So when we first received the body, it's sealed and locked in a body bag. So we begin the autopsy by doing an external examination where we document everything on the body, things like height and weight, and just the general appearance of the deceased, as well as any injuries or any markings that might be on the body. And we also collect evidence as well while we're doing the external examination.
Would you please tell us what, if any, injuries that you observed on the body of Ms. Christine Melton during that you were conducting the external examination?
She had some small bruises on her neck and the left side of her face, like almost towards her neck, as well as she had some small abrasions, which are kind of, I guess a layman's term would be saying like a scrape or a scratch, as well as some ecchymosis, which is basically like saying a bruise. Like when you just bump your hand against something, for example, and you get like a bruise, that would be an ecchymosis. Scattered, she had small ones scattered throughout her body, like her torso and her extremities.
Did you notice any damage or injury to her hands?
She had a minute abrasion on her right hand, and she had artificial nails, and so some of the nails on her right hand were broken or like you could only see fragments of the artificial nails.
And did you have an opportunity to go ahead and photograph all these external injuries that you had just described?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked this case exhibit number 13A, 13B, 13C, and also 13D. Any questions?
You may.
findings and previously marked as Stacy's number 13A, 13B, 13C, and as well as 13D. I see you take a look at those items, see if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that were taken during the external examination and autopsy of Ms. Melton.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Ms. Melton when you were conducting the autopsy of her on the 8th of October of 2019?
Yes, we do.
Judge, State would move Stacy's number 13A, B, C, and D in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted. You may.
Now, Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's exhibit number 13A. Could you please orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the injuries that you are observing in this particular photographs that give you any cause for concern?
So as you can see here, you're looking at the right side of her head, and you can see the upper part of her torso. The number 908-19, that's the number that was assigned to this particular autopsy, to Ms. Melton's case. And then if you looked to the, I guess looking straight at it, it would be below the number. There's like a darker bruise on the right side of her neck. I wish I had a pointer, but oh, there you go. So that's the little bruise I was referring to on the right side of her neck.
And when did that indicate to you?
That she had a blunt force injury or a bruise on that side.
And as we're looking at State's exhibit number 13B, what are we looking at in this photograph that gave you any cause for concern?
This photograph is the left side of her head, and again, you can also see the superior part of her torso. And in this photograph, the dark, I guess, mark is the best way to describe it in the picture on the between her neck and her shin on the left side. That's the abrasion, or an easier way to describe it could be a scratch or a scrape on the left side. And if you look towards her shin, it's a little bit hard to tell with the glare, but there's like a little pink area right here. That's also a little bruise on the left side of her shin.
Doctor, would it assist you to step down off the stand and approach the actual screen itself and allow yourself to orient the jury to what exactly it is that you're referring to?
Sure.
Court's permission?
Okay. That's true.
Now, the abrasion that you're referring to in this particular photograph, would you please describe for us what gave you cause for concern in State's exhibit number 13B? Would you please point to the abrasion that you're referring to? Okay. And what gave you any cause for concern as it relates to that particular injury?
Because it's an injury.
You're going to have to speak up louder because there's not a microphone over there.
At this point, I was simply documenting all the external injuries, so it gave me concern because it is an injury and it is on her body.
Okay. And because of its location, does that also give you any cause for concern?
Because it's on her neck, it's concerning given the other findings I found during the autopsy.
What other injury were you pointing out in this particular photograph?
Right here?
You're referring to the bottom of her chin?
Yes.
And what are we looking at when we're looking at the bottom of her chin?
There is a small bruise right there.
I'm going to show you State's exhibit number 13C that's been entered into evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This picture is after the hands have been cleaned and the fingernails have been cut for evidence. But these are the two artificial fingernails that you can see.
I'm going to have her speak up louder. If you're going to have her up there, because I can't.
Just please speak up.
Like I was saying, can you hear me?
Okay.
This picture is after the hand has been cleaned and the fingernails have been clipped to collect evidence. What you can see here is these are the two fingers where the artificial nails, as you can see, are missing, and there's only some small fragments of them left over per nail.
And did these appear to have been broken off?
They appear to be broken off. I can't say when it happened, but they appear to be broken off.
Very well. Now, when we were talking about when we talk about some of this discoloration that is reflected here in States Exhibit 13B and 13A, could you tell us a little bit about the discoloration that we're observing in these particular photographs?
So she has a mix of lividity and congestion on her face. So lividity is a post-mortem change that is based on the position that a body is in after the person has passed away. So all the blood flows towards the side that you're laying on, and you get this discoloration on the face. And you can also get congestion with there are certain things that can cause the face to get congested as well. Marked discoloration that you can see, as well as around her eyes, you can see it's markedly congested with the little, it almost looks like little red bruises around her eyes.
Do you know when those particular bruises actually occur? Well, what I mean is, would those have occurred before she died, at the time of death, or after death?
Somewhere around the time of death or before. It could be either one.
Thank you, doctor.
You can return to the stand.
Doctor, the external injuries that you observed and photographed of Ms. Melton, after you conducted your external examination, what is your next step in the process?
That's where we do the autopsy, which is what you always see on TV, where we start with the Y-shaped incision. We reflect the skin, and we examine all of the organs. And in this particular case, we actually reflected the skin of the extremities as well to look for injuries.
Okay. When we were talking about a Y-cut incision, what do you mean?
You start at the shoulders, and you go down towards the center of the chest. So that's the top part of the Y, and then you extend it all the way down to inferior part of the abdomen. So that's the Y-shaped incision.
Okay, and when you say we were reflecting the skin, that means basically pulling it back and opening up the body. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you conducted the Y incision on Ms. Melton and began the external examination or internal examination of her body, what did you find?
She had hemorrhage on the subcutaneous tissues of her neck, which are the tissues right under the skin. And I could also see hemorrhage over the muscles on her neck. Was the first thing we saw as we were starting the autopsy.
Now, with the court's permission, I'd respectfully request the doctor to step down once again and approach the screen. And
which exhibit do you have?
State Cinema 13B, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, when we're looking here at States Exhibit number 13D, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the neck from the inside. So the more, this area right here, that's the skin that has been reflected towards the top of the head. And these right here, those are the muscles of the anterior neck that have also been reflected upwards as well. So what you can see is there's hemorrhage on most of those muscles on the anterior neck. All of these muscles as well. And what we're doing is we're reflecting those muscles layer by layer to see how deep that hemorrhage extends to. And in her case, when you keep reflecting those muscles, it goes all the way to the deeper muscles as well as on the surface of the thyroid gland, which is sitting right over the thyroid cartilage.
What do you mean when you say that when you began reflecting the muscles, it went deeper?
So we start with the muscles that are more superficial. They start with what's called the sternocleidomastoid muscles, which are the big muscles that are more towards the side right here. And then we start with the next layer on the anterior neck. And once you reflect that, you pull it out, there's another muscle under it. So you keep going deeper into the muscle. That's what I mean by deeper.
Does the deeper the muscle and the deeper the discoloration also correlate to the amount of force necessary to create that kind of injury and trauma?
In a way, yes.
What do you mean, in a way?
I can't tell you how much force, but yes, in order to make it go deeper, you would have to be a stronger force or a harder object or force.
So the more pressure, the deeper the damage or deeper the injury. Is that right? And when we're looking at this particular photograph in general, there are a number of dark discolored areas around the neck area that indicate injury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those are hemorrhage, dark area.
And that's because the deeper or the more pressure that's used around the neck area, the deeper the injury that's caused. Okay. As you return back to the stand, please. What other injuries did you see on the interior of Ms. Melton?
So when we reflect, and again, it's the same thing, we pull it back, the scalp, which is essentially the skin around your head. There were hemorrhages or contusions on both sides of the scalp. She also had contusions on both lungs. She had a small contusion on her transverse colon, which is part of the large bowel that is going horizontal at the upper part of your abdomen. She had.
Let's talk about the scalp injury. You indicated that there was a hemorrhage there as well.
On the
contusion.
There's contusions, yes, on both sides of the scalp.
What does that mean?
It's hemorrhage on the inner surface of the scalp.
How would one get damage to the interior of the scalp?
So those are consistent with blunt force injuries.
So someone actually striking someone, or the head actually striking something?
It could be either one, yes.
You indicated that there was also damage to the lungs or injury to the lungs?
Yes.
Okay. What damage did you see or injury did you see to the lungs?
So there's hemorrhage on the surface as well as extending slightly into the parenchyma or the inside of the lung. So those are what we call contusions on the lungs, which are also evidence of blunt force injuries.
And when we're talking about contusions, is that just a fancy word for bruising?
Yes.
So when we're talking about bruising to the lungs, how much force or pressure would it take in order to do that?
I mean, that's kind of like a hard question to answer. I can't say exactly how much pressure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if someone punched you in the lungs pretty hard, that would cause that kind of damage or injury?
If they punch you in the chest, yes, they could do that.
You also indicated that there was damage to the colon area.
Yes.
And would you please describe what injury that you saw there?
Same thing. It was hemorrhage on the surface of the colon. And it's a transverse colon, so it sits towards the top of your abdomen.
And what type of damage did you see there?
That's also a blunt force injury.
And once again, that's actually someone striking you or you actually striking something. Is that right?
That's right.
Was there any other damage that you saw on the interior of Ms. Melton?
She also had a contusion to her liver and one to her bladder. She had a ruptured cyst in one of her ovaries, but that type of cyst could rupture due to trauma, but it could also rupture due to strenuous exercise and other activities. So I can't say whether or not that was due to the trauma.
Let's talk a little about the damage to the bladder. What did you see there?
So similar to where I was explaining in the lungs, it's also hemorrhage on the surface of the bladder, and it extends all the way to the mucosa, which would be the inner surface of the bladder where the urine is held. So it'd be like hemorrhage on the tissues right there.
And would that also be consistent with blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as it relates to the liver, what did you know was trauma to the liver?
Yeah. So that one would also be blunt force trauma, the contusion to the liver.
So based upon your complete autopsy examination, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your conclusion was in this particular case?
So in this case, based on what I was explaining earlier in the neck, how she had hemorrhage extending from the superficial muscles all the way to the deep muscles, as well as the bruises on the outside of her neck, And also, she had petechia on one of her eyelids and some petechia on her scalp itself. All of her autopsy findings taken together are consistent with death by asphyxia due to compression of the neck.
You just mentioned petechia of the eye and petechia of the scalp. Can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury in layman's terms what that means?
So petechia are pinpoint hemorrhage. So they're like a tiny little dot, and they're caused when your venous pressure goes up. So it causes a backup of the blood, and all of that pressure causes your little venules to burst. So you just create this little, like, pinpoint, tiny little hemorrhage.
And that would have been as a result of the asphyxiation?
That's one of the causes for petechia, yes.
Doctor, did you also complete a death certificate in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel to previously marked as cases of 14. Mr. Croce?
You may.
Dr. Mahan, you listed previously marked as cases of 14 as we told us what that is. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the death certificate for Christine Melton.
And is that a certified copy of the death certificate?
Yes.
Judge statement would move Stacy number 14 in evidence.
Objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Doctor, when you, back in 2019, that's 5 years ago. You just like a brand new medical examiner?
Yes, I had recently started at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. When did you start it there?
September of 2019.
So this was 1 month after being there?
Yes.
Did you take, or as part of your protocol, did you take DNA scrapings from under Miss Melton's nails?
We take the fingernail clippings where they cut the fingernails, and we put them in the little envelopes.
Okay. But you're not, you yourself, conducting an autopsy, are not looking to collect DNA, are you?
We collect a DNA card from the decedent where it's like a little card with circles, and you put blood from the decedent on it.
Okay.
We collect the fingernail clippings, which I guess law enforcement would use to look for DNA under the fingernails. We'll do swabs if they request us to do a rape kit, like swabs of the mouth, the anus, the vagina. And if there's any secretions or anything we notice on the body, we may swab that as well.
You just want to talk to me.
No, I'm just saying, the girl that you said was sleeping on the couch left
You just want to talk to me.
No, I'm just saying, the girl that you said was sleeping on the couch left
You just want to talk to me.
No, I'm just saying, the girl that you said was sleeping on the couch left
Did you do a rape kit on Miss Melton?
I believe we did, yes.
And what do you do with that when you're done collecting the evidence?
We hand that over. We sign it, we seal it, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
And just what do you do to use a rape kit? I'm sorry. When you are going to complete a rape kit, what do you do as part of your autopsy?
You mean like how do I collect this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I usually have my technicians assist with that. And before we clean the body, once we open the body bag, we'll take swabs of, so the rape kit usually comes with swabs for the buccal mucosa, it swabs for the vagina, and swabs for the anus as well. So we'll do all of those before we clean or start manipulating the body any further once we get it.
Do you as the doctor do those, or are your technicians doing them?
They usually do those under my supervision.
Could the injuries to the neck area occur during rough sex?
Some of the injuries, I guess it's possible.
You mentioned various contusions on the body. Were there contusions on the exterior of the body that corresponded to what you found on the internal examination?
So, for example, one of the bruises on the right side of the neck, there was hemorrhage corresponding to that area. Some of the bruises on her extremity, I don't remember the exact locations, had hemorrhage under the skin corresponding to those bruises. But not all of them had a bruise that you could see on the skin over them.
Well, like you said, petechiae. How long does it take to, I think you said those were burst capillaries?
They're burst little venules, so they're some of the smallest blood vessels in the body.
How long does it take for one of those things to burst?
I can't really give you a time frame. That would probably depend on how much pressure you're applying. The higher the pressure, the faster they would burst.
So they could burst in basically seconds, depending on what's happening.
That's correct.
Okay, and you found those on an eyelid. Did you find any in the eyeballs?
She had ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the eyeballs. So I can't say definitively if those were petechia, that they can become confluent. So when you have petechia close together, they can kind of coalesce. So it just looks like one big ecchymosis rather than a bunch of little petechia. But that's pretty much impossible to say if that's what happened in that case.
And how did you note petechiae on the scalp?
When you reflect it on the inside, that's where you see the petechia.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Yes, that's it. You'll collect the evidence, exhibits, and pictures for the clerk.
No objection.
Okay. Oh, I don't. Did they? I don't think they have.
Yes, it should be released.
Okay.
No objection.
All right. You're released.
Ma'am,
Hi,
would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobosian.
And Ms. Slobosian, do you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October of 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota, and I was like, I want to go see some friends, so I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Okay. Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade. Who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She introduced me to him.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today? See you nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identified Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving, and then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car, and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house, because I was right around the corner.
Okay. And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did, and she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open, and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that time?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing, and the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
All right. So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back.
When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there?
So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here, so I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there, and the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect on Bruce and Martha, State's Exhibit number 19. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Bojian, I'm showing you some proofs and markers, State's Exhibit number 19. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's Mila Spa.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia Spa?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, State moves State's Exhibit number 19 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot, and you've gone ahead and parked, and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you get out of your car?
No.
Okay. Does Mia or Miss Martinez get out of her car?
Yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth, and then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards, and then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere, all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey, trying to hold on, and he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Miss Montanez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
About how much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did anyone else see?
There was a
what
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Miss Montanez?
Instantly, when he punched her, well, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
I mean, it was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Miss Montanez?
No, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. Honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating her, you said he ultimately wound up leaving?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And after he left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live off of, you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard, in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding
Yes,
what
I
you had
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
No cross.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, at this time, State would respectfully be requesting that she be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Melissa Montanez. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
go to this house with
Yes,
him?
I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No.
How did you find out that your vehicle was...
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
Okay. So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car?
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well, and she said, "It's okay, come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8-something, 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point? Yes. Now, the phone number that Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Objection. Be admitted.
At this time, the state, pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records, would also move 21 into evidence. If I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez. The state would move Exhibit 21 into evidence, the business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize the number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No.
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
No.
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
Yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, because I was finale. That was it. I wanted my property back, to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you met him?
Of course. That's what he left in, yes.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, When you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, where are my keys? Where's my car? He was calm and just saying, get in the car, get in the car. And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes, so I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember, by my hair, or arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase, and I'm holding onto that, and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911, so I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there, and that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa, we'll talk about it there, we're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. Just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away
help,
from him.
yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you
Yes.
as you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs, and then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then, like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me, and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch, was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right. You see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car?
Oh,
Go
this here.
that door right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm looking then, you're directing me, or you're
I'm running down
me?
the stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the record that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant of the photograph. There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and or that morning and what happened?
They came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay. And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
That's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand, in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff, yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatened to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Sustain.
number.
Hold on.
Okay, so
This
let me
is my
You have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling
Yes.
that day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and tender the witness?
All right.
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
Thank you. Do you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I
for
do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. When you were at the Buddha Bar, or before going to the Buddha Bar, were you using cocaine?
Yes,
your cocaine?
No.
Who's
He had some.
he being Mr.
Ray
Wilson?
Wilson.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
And I do not recall.
Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know, okay, so it wasn't, you didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now, the phone number, 239-333-5924, that's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes.
That was on the phone.
That is
your phone.
My phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and...
Yes, and noticed I missed multiple phone calls. Yes.
Okay. And then you called him?
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not, I do not recall. But one of those happened, yes.
But you said that he was name calling.
Not at first. At first he was very like, where are you? How do I meet you? All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry.
Yes.
And you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore?
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yeah.
How did Mr. Wilson get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me, and the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need, and I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time, and I have keys, and often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't,
steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
nothing further, Judge.
You redirect.
Nothing further. I'd ask that she be released.
Any objection?
No.
She can be excused. You're step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Well, I'm Officer Tyler Whitten with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Officer Whitten, how long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Were you working back on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to Hector Cafarata Elementary School. I was the school resource officer at the time.
Is that school in Cape Coral, Florida,
Yes.
in Lee County?
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming with his student. He ended up leaving the campus, and then several minutes later, he was back in the front office, and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe, left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. Didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not know.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail. Since I wasn't successful, and the front office couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafarata, I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafarata, and I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there, and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son, and that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. Wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the item that was turned into you at the school by the father?
Purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is,
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there?
There's
Okay, there's a vape, and that's in State's Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's items?
yes, and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in States Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because when the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Or maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
Okay.
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can be excused as well. Next witness.
Yes, Judge. State would call Brandon Couillard to the stand, please. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Brandon Cuellar.
And Mr. Cuellar, do you know a lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, of course.
How do you know
That is
her?
my mother.
Back in October of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
Okay. And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him, so that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October of 2019, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory, so there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir. Judge, out the record reflect on showing defense counsel's producing Marcus Stacy's room 15. Or, excuse me, 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
You may.
Yeah.
Mr. Cuellar, showing you some proofs in Marcus Stacy's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, state move Stacy's exhibit number 25 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Where I'm showing you some proofs in Marcus Stacy's exhibit number 23, 24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No?
It's not the kind of purse that she would walk around with. Truthfully, but the purse and everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's Stacy's exhibit number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy's exhibit number 24 in evidence.
We see.
And then we have Stacy's exhibit number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Cuellar, are you familiar with your mother's phone number at the time?
I want to say yes, if I could take a guess at it.
Judge, let the reflect I'm showing defense counsel previously marked as Stacy's exhibit number 26.
200-3223.
May I approach?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you what's previously marked as Stacy's exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read out loud? Or?
No. What is that?
It's her phone number. It's a 239-200-8319.
Okay.
It was one or the other, so that would be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy's number 26 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Yes, sir. Permission to publish it?
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
Okay. If I showed you a picture, it would help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
Bruce and Mark, Stacy's number 5G, 5H,
5B and 5G
5G, and 5H.
and H, sorry.
May I approach it?
Yes.
It's clear. I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy's number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember a phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Okay. Is that photograph 5G and 5H fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, say we move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yes, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked as Stacy's number 30D and 30I. Mr. Cuellar, I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy's number 30D. You recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And what does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's previously marked as Stacy's number 30I. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, state move Stacy's number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, when your mother left for work that morning, did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first, and then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That would be a blur, honestly, after that.
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Sir, I just need to ask you, you said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house that day? Do you know?
I don't know correctly, though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm going to assume around that time.
So that's the closest you can estimate?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down. They can call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. They would like to call Mr. Scott Hannon.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Miss Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time, and I, sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Miss Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge?
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name is James, anyway. But I guess on that day he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Miss Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Miss Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Direct your attention to the screen. Case number 25, is that Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yeah, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to show you some previously marked State Exhibit number 23 and 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she'd just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, the State would move State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this time.
Objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Public Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse?
Yes.
Okay. When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she'd gotten this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have State's 24 that contained her the wallet.
Yes, that's her wallet.
And then 24A, that's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Could you describe that
ZTE cell phone.
ZTE phone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
I'll show you what's been previously admitted as State Exhibit 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
Then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, State's 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
Okay. And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10-15 minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15 minute walk to work on
Occasionally.
occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon, when I actually get to my phone, because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him, there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately.
Okay, where'd you go?
Right to my house.
Okay. What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer come into the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, you know, had me identify the purse.
After Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said thank you.
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of phone records, State's Exhibit number 14 into evidence, 27 into evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number of exhibits?
27, Judge.
Okay.
How far was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Miss Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would she have gone?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
When you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right or left and immediate right.
Left or immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Miss Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right. Any objection? All right, sir. You may step down and you're excused.
The state calls Patrick Power. Okay. May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Power.
Mr. Power, where are you originally from?
Originally I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what? What did you see?
And then we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with the car?
We just see the back of the car, and from the front you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No.
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
Well, we never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So, at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there, but then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you said the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yep.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that lot?
Yes, we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing Defense Counsel States Exhibit 28. So I'm going to approach you and show you States Exhibit 28. It's an aerial photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes, that's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the smack dab center, and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue?
Sorry, say that again?
So you're pointing to the center of the photo?
Yes.
And is your house facing Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
Yes.
And I'm going to just, okay, so at this time the state would move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, sir, you were just describing where your house is on this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where is the lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark is,
Yes,
it was this empty lot behind your neighbor's house?
Yeah, that's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes.
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
Yes, it went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
Okay, and then which direction would be, if he backed out, which way would he have gone?
Up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was light out.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. From the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on that aerial photo where you first saw, where's your house? Okay. car go? Where do you first see the car?
The car backs out from here and kind of backs towards us like this, towards our ladder, and then it drives out at this angle to the road, and then it goes off up that road.
Okay, so
Let me just ask for, can the jury see? Okay. All right.
okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you.
Yes, so directly towards us.
But the rear of the car.
The rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it was like through these trees here, and then onto the road and up to the road.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You can sit back.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're released.
May we approach her?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Justin DeRosso,
And sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 18 years.
And in what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the K-9 unit.
And were you the sergeant of the K-9 unit back on the 10th of October of 2019?
I was.
Okay. What were your duties at that point in time?
That particular day, I was riding as a two-man unit with another officer because my vehicle was being serviced. So while I waited for that to be done, I was just driving around with a traffic officer.
About what time was that?
Late morning, early afternoon.
And while your car was being serviced, did you ask your partner to do anything in particular that afternoon?
Officer Wilson actually advised me he wanted to go check out a undeveloped kind of area in the North Cape. We were looking for the missing female Diane Ruiz.
So you became involved in the investigation of the missing person, Ms. Ruiz?
Ruiz, sorry, yes.
Was that in passing, or was that something that you were actively involved in?
That was in passing. I was not like assigned to the case or anything like that.
So you had some spare time on your hands?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. And you and Officer Wilson then said, hey, let's go check out this area.
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go?
So along Northwest 4th Place, in that general area, but kind of north of Pine Island Road, there was a what would have been a development back during 2005, 2008, somewhere in then, and they had roads put in and a pond. And Officer Wilson was like, let's go drive that area and just check it out, because not a lot of people even know it's there. So we just met up over there, and we drove over there. There was another traffic officer in the area, and we just started to drive the perimeter of the lake, which is kind of in the center of what the development would have been.
What prompted you to go to that particular location?
Just the general vicinity of where Ms. Ruiz was last seen. This would have been west of that location. Again, we knew that there was officers, detectives out looking for her, actively looking for her. And, we just said, well, let's try this area over here. Again, it was Officer Wilson's idea to really go check that area out. So give it, just go drive the area and see what we see.
So how many of you were there looking in that particular area at that time?
So me and Officer Wilson would have been in his vehicle, and then Officer Barkley was in his vehicle as well.
About how long had you been out there searching?
I would say, we were probably 15, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't very long.
And then what happened?
So we're driving the perimeter of the lake and just, looking down in kind of the weeds and things of that nature. Saw a single vulture circling a wooded area to our east. And Officer Wilson and I both looked at each other and said, well, let's go over there and see what we find. It was kind of it was like an undeveloped lot with some trees on it, really, kind of a wooded lot area.
What did that single vulture indicate to you?
Well, vultures usually circle, carcasses, dead animals, dead bodies, whatever, so we thought that might be something to go investigate.
About how far away were you at that time when you saw that vulture to the body?
Maybe 2 blocks. It wasn't very far. 2, maybe 3 blocks.
So you see this vulture in the sky. It's circling. You then what? Getting back in your car and go where?
Well, Officer Wilson drove over up along Northwest 4th, and kind of, again, the lot was wooded. He pulled his, he had a F-150, so we pulled the truck up around into the empty lot, and as we kind of started to turn north in the northern direction there is when we both recognized a body in the woods.
About how far off the road did you see the body?
We were off the road, so we had to kind of enter the lot and kind of make that turn before we really saw it. So 30 feet, 40 feet maybe.
So did you ultimately wind up getting out of your vehicle?
We did. Again, we didn't really get very close, but we began to tape the area off. I advised the detectives working the scene or the case. They were on another channel. Advised them what we had located. And again, we just started to make sure that the area was secure, put up crime scene tape, things like that.
So directing your attention to the image that we have portrayed up on the screen, State's Exhibit number 28. Does that fairly and accurately depict the area in which you found the body there at Northwest 4th Place?
Yeah, that would not be looking north. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would look east. Yeah, so right there on this lower part of the screen, that kind of loop that's the undeveloped community that we were investigating when we saw the vulture. So yeah, a couple blocks.
So after you went ahead and taped off that particular scene, what did you do next?
We just held the scene and waited for the detectives and other officers to arrive. And then later I returned because obviously they expanded the crime scene and did what they did. We have a mobile command vehicle, and I was just assigned to that for security of the vehicle, of the command vehicle.
And this was on October 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Lee County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness,
All right. Mr. Hollander?
No cross, Judge.
All right. Sir, you can step down.
Thanks.
Judge, at this time, the state respectfully requests that Mr. DeRosa be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
He can be excused. State and call their next witness.
Judge, the state would call Ms. Jackie Fordham. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name is Jacqueline Fordham, officer of the forensics and the evidence units.
And what type of training experience allows you to do the job that you do?
I have a bachelor's in science degree from Florida Gulf Coast University in criminal justice studies. In 2007, I was hired on by the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician, which is basically your entry-level crime scene investigator. I was later promoted to forensic specialist, and then in May of 2021 took on the supervisory role.
So back in October of 2019, what was your role at that point in time?
Forensic specialist.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person by the name of Christine Melton?
I did.
Did you also become involved in the investigation of a missing person also known as Diana Ruiz?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation that you conducted as it related to Miss Christine Melton. Were you involved with the processing of a black Nissan Versa that was attributed to Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you were involved in processing.
Yes.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what is involved in processing a vehicle?
For this specific case, the vehicle was towed into our secure evidence storage area. Once the search warrant was served, we photographed the outside of the vehicle, notate anything that stands out to our eyes, such as damage or blood, any type of shrubbery, or anything that seems a little bit off or unique to the vehicle. We do a 360 view photography of it. Once that is done, if any additional processing needs to take place on the exterior of the vehicle, that is done as well. That can include collection of paint scrapings or blood or just additional photographs if needed. We then make entry into the vehicle and do the same thing inside the vehicle. So 360 several views of all of the areas of the inside of the vehicle to include the items that are inside of it as well. We then start to document any specific evidence that we need to collect.
So directing your attention here then to what's been previously admitted as States 5A, that would be the back of the black Nissan Versa.
Yes.
And then 5B, that is the driver's side of the black Nissan Versa.
That's correct.
I note that the driver's side door, or at least the window anyways, has plastic wrapped around it. Are you aware of how that came about?
I am.
And how is that?
I was informed that a officer made entry to the vehicle by breaking out that window.
Would that be consistent with State's Exhibit number 5C, which reflects all the broken glass on the driver's side door as well as the floorboard?
It would.
Also inside that vehicle in State's Exhibit number 5D, we have a series of name tags. Now, were those found where in the vehicle?
I believe they were in the center console armrest area.
And then those items would have been placed on the passenger seat in order to photograph them, is that fair?
Yes, that's one of the seats.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically what's been admitted as 5E. What's the significance of this particular photograph to you?
That is the glove compartment that is located on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And then, was there anything that was located within that glove compartment?
Yes.
Of any note?
Yes.
What was that?
A cell phone.
Would that be one of the same cell phone that's reflected here in 5G?
Yes.
I'd also direct your attention here to what's been admitted as 5F. What are we looking at in that particular photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side perspective. On the right-hand side of the photo, you'll see the backrest of the seat, the plastic piece that goes along the door, as well as the seat belt of the passenger side of that Versa.
And I note that if one looks closely at this particular photograph, there appears to be some discoloration here on the plastic as well as some here on the seat belt.
That is correct. There is staining there, as well as if you're sitting in the passenger seat, the right-hand side of that, you can kind of see that area of discoloration on the seat itself as well.
When you noted that discoloration, what did you do with that particular discoloration?
It was tested using a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. All areas that were just pointed out tested positive for blood.
Did you also search the rest of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything else of any note underneath the driver's side, or excuse me, the driver's seat?
Yes.
What did you see there?
An additional cell phone.
Would that be what's reflected here in State's Exhibit number 5I?
Yes.
And then obviously the back, which is reflected here in 5J.
That is correct.
Did you also find a Florida vehicle registration within that vehicle?
Yes.
Did you photograph that?
I did.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked at State's Exhibit number 5K. Commissioner Brush?
Yeah.
I'm handing you some previously marked to State's Exhibit number 5K. Ask you to take a look at that item. you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that appear to be?
It is the photograph of the vehicle registration that I took for the Nissan Versa.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the Florida vehicle registration that you recovered from that black Nissan Versa at the time that you processed it?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, move State's Exhibit number 5K in evidence.
No objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. How long did it take for you to process that vehicle?
It was processed over the course of 2 days, beginning on October 7th and ending on October 9th.
Were you also involved in attending the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton?
I was.
And what was the purpose for you to attend the autopsy?
To photograph the decedent and also collect any evidence collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect any items as it relates to the autopsy?
I did.
Specifically, did you collect a DNA bloodstain card?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel previously marked State's Exhibit number 15. Commissioner approach.
You may.
Mr. Porter, I'm handing you some previously marked State's Exhibit number 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the sealed envelope of the bloodstain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Miss Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay. Who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager.
Okay. And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner-Brager in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, case exhibit number 28. Case exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left, and then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager is the one who photographed the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel's previous remark for Stacy Zimmer 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Board, I'm handing you some previous remark for Stacy Zimmer 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. As you take a look at those items. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner-Brager took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move Stacy Zimmer 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection.
To be admitted.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Commissioner Publish.
You may.
Starting with some previously admitted as Stacy Zimmer 29. Ms. Fordham, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene, the body is visible at the top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing a shoe?
She was.
Was Ms. Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No.
Why not?
She was in an advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Ms. Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes.
Did they arrive on scene?
Yes.
And did they ultimately have Ms. Ruiz removed from the scene?
Yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in this state of decomposition out near the shrubs?
Sorry, no.
What did you do after you photographed Ms. Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken, and then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Ms. Ruiz as well?
Yes.
Obviously, same purpose that you attended Miss Melton's autopsy?
Yes.
And when you attended Miss Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And I'd also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Board, I'm handing you some previous marks, 16, 32, and 33. Ask you take a look at those items. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that State's Exhibit number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item?
Yes, sir.
And you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item?
Correct.
And that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall, it wasn't cut, and so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand, so you can actually get an impression. This is grass, so it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
So you can call our next witness.
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sure, how you doing? I am Dr. Thomas Coyne, C-O-Y-N-E.
Dr. Coyne, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner. I am the current chief medical examiner in District 2, Tallahassee.
I'd like to direct your attention to October of 2019.
Sure.
Where were you working at that time?
I was the deputy chief medical examiner here at District 21.
Would you please describe your training and educational background for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that allows you to do the work that it is that you do?
Sure. Started out first with medical school. I completed my MD at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School or Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I then went on for a general residency in pathology or anatomic pathology at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed a fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. After that, I went to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for training in forensic pathology. So right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
All right. It's a lot of pathologies. Could you please describe for us what pathology is?
Sure, it's a branch of medicine, as internal medicine and sort of general medicine. Pathologists work behind the scenes. We have the same training as other physicians, but our job really is to determine or identify disease in tissues or in a deceased person. And we use our knowledge as a physician as well as other tools such as the autopsy procedure. We use our microscope to do histology to look at the tissues themselves, and other tests like microbiology testing or genetic testing. And together we put all that information together with other physicians, hopefully to either identify your disease if you were in a hospital, or in my case as a forensic pathologist, to determine cause and manner of death.
You just anticipated my next question. What exactly is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology takes all the tools that you learn as a pathologist, and we also study how injuries occur, so mechanisms of injury, how force creates injury, whether it's a blunt force or a sharp type force. We also learn about gunshot injuries, environmental injuries like fire and chemical injury. We have training in toxicology. We learn about the process of decomposition, and we use all of that again to figure out how a person dies.
Brings me to my next question. Anatomical pathology is what?
That's just general pathology.
And when we're talking about neuropathology, what are we referring to?
That's specifically pathology of the brain.
How long would you say that you've been a doctor?
11 years now. Well, since 2009, a doctor, but training as a forensic pathologist for 11 years. They go by so fast.
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
All right. So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy, ultimately, it's to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like I would a person who walks into an office, to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology, looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So, for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas, let's say if you died in a car accident and you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death will be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unseal that lock, open the body bag, and begin examining the body in its natural state, that is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed? On
the most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all of these
Well,
by way of
I apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger, and she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries
Yes.
by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography as
Yes.
well? So, if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
You may.
I'm showing you on this precinct marked case number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H. May I approach?
You may.
Point I'm handing was the previously marked states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H.
Okay.
I see you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do. So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Ms. Dinah Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they moved all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
On this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F on the initial.
I'll let you take a look.
Right, but you just said
I'll let you all walk over and show them what you're. Okay. All right. Other than that previous objection, which is still noted, any other objection?
No.
All right. They'll be admitted.
No additional objections.
Yes, I understand.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Permission to approach.
You may.
Dr. Coyne, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the face of the decedent taken on the autopsy table. You can see here.
Could we have that identified? Which exhibit that is, please?
It's 30.
Yeah, because we can't see the exhibit sticker on them. Thank you.
And the picture shows the exposed nasal bone, which you can see is fractured.
And we look at State's Exhibit number 30A.
Sure, this is a a view of the body again, lying supine on the autopsy table. This gives a view of the neck and torso. And here you can see under the left breast there is a horizontal laceration.
In 30B, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a more closer view of that same laceration under the left breast.
Now, doctor, when we're looking at the particular photographs, when a body is in a state of decomposition, what is the body doing at that point in time?
Sure. So all of our body is covered with bacteria and lined with bacteria. And so when you die, the ability of your immune system to protect you against those bacteria stops. And so that bacteria basically multiply and travel throughout your body, literally consuming your tissues. And so that is the process of putrefaction that we are seeing here. At the same time, too, because you are deceased, the enzymes in your body, as they're being released from your cells, will also aid or add to that process.
And is there also a series of bloating that occurs as well?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
That happens because the bacteria that are present within our gut that travel throughout our body are anaerobic bacteria, so they will produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide during the process of putrefaction.
Now, direct your attention back to the screen here at 30C. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is a photograph now of the decedent on her stomach, and you're looking at her back and the back of her head. Her arms are up in the air. So her right arm is present, and although you see discoloration, within that area of discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions, or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side there's some red-purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind as to point exactly what it is that you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm, and here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here there's this red-purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of drying here on her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that related to actual hemorrhage into the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as states exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, it is.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the fat tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage, so in men we have the Adam's apple more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. The top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in our neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also had some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. As you can imagine, the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It says F.
30F.
30. My apologies, 30F.
You can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso, and I reflect the skin backwards. That is what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also a corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the tracheal cartilage.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the...
Here is the thyroid cartilage, and I don't know if you want to show the figure number, but...
That's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
So if we all can feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here, our airway. That's the hyoid bone, which sits right above this, and you can see there's hemorrhage on the left side of the hyoid bone, which shows it's fractured. You can see the hemorrhaging there, and hemorrhaging down there. And there's the fracture right there.
You made mention in State's Exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all of the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see these little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides. And there are fractures in rib numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11, and then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at 2 sets of fractures on one side and 2 sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair?
That's correct.
What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground, and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that caused all those fractures together. So a significant weight bearing down, or a force bearing down upon the body.
You'd like to take the stand again, Doctor? So would you say that, I don't know, an automobile driving over a body could cause that kind of...
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm going to also show you 30H.
That's, yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body of the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken, 30I, that was also previously admitted?
That's correct, yep, also removed it.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well as to the tracheal aspect of the throat, could you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries that we classically see in strangulation, where a person will place pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would have caused that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But the pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold, or you've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head. The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release the pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. And in her case, too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries, and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4. All those vertebrae, or the bones of her spine, have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity, and so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have a hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time?
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
It's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
Now, doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
Mark the stakes Zimmer 31.
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing this increase in Mark the stakes Zimmer 31. That should take a look at that.
I do. This is a Florida State Certificate of Death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that at this time, Judge, the state would move Stacy Zimmer 31 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's office back in October of 2019, as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all of the associate medical examiners at the office at the time. They were all younger than me, a little less experienced, and so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
And what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, well, certainly, just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, a swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so, similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both, skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Okay. Also, if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions on the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was the brain was swollen, or edematous, and that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died, not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
No further question for this question.
Just a couple of questions up again.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken.
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there, which...
Okay. So there was pressure around that area?
A force, yeah, that had gone through there, yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of the, I mean, it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my my hands from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on, behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
It sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death, or primary cause of death, was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back?
Well, it's no, not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just talk to that.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
Yeah, but again, like I said, those injuries, if left unattended, you're asking me, did I only think that this could have caused death? No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp.
That's correct.
But you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
It's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right, and that comes to the surface, and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head, you can only see it underneath the scalp?
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin. So you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to her internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this, the blood vessels that course through there get torn. And that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think. And as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin that I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from like being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. And that's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. She had no cracked vertebrae or anything like that.
No.
And no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were able to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck would cause hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. More than likely, again, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. Once again, with Ms. Melton, you can't tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not, no.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can step down.
Sure, thank you.
The state calls Shanna Williamson. May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shanna Williamson.
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design.
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
Yes, our building is to the left, and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the...
That's a separate rental.
Okay, so that's not yours?
The gray building on the right is the design library.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay. And which door is it?
It was the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the door right there.
All the way over to behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is, yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
Okay. And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is, please?
Sure. It's State's Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office, and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right, and she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side, and she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars, looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out. And
Did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building?
Correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No.
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
As I was walking out the building, the girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No.
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
Right.
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second level?
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, I'm just going to point to the picture here, were they closer to the stairs or more over
They
toward
were
her spa?
farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
Okay. And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go, what are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
And when you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was in a way defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the
behind us.
door that you're talking about, is it the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked then until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
Ma'am, from your angle, how close did you get to the two of them?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
The one on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony.
In the building in the back?
In the building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right. You can step down. Any objection to her being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. Say we call Officer Tim McCormick.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at City of Fort Myers.
How long were you an officer with the City of Fort Myers?
Just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing, what were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer, and I was on alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
All right. What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer, and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described vehicle and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo in the LCSO records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body-worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge, let the record reflect on the defense counsel previously marked in state number 34 and 35.
I said 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor. Approach.
You may.
Before I come, showing you some previously marked in state number 34. I ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the parking lot there at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you what's previously marked as state number 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly and accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials it does. You showed it to me in your office and I initialed it.
Okay. And it's essentially the same or similar conditions when you last saw it?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state will move states number 34 and 35 into evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 34. That is, in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila's Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
If you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there, if you look to your left across the street is where Mila's Spa would be.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was, he seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know what anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that seemed to didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, you'll have the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. L41 to bike 5. ETA? Copy, I'm 1012. I'll explain it to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. About this morning. Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's going to happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off. I'm going to detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. Wait, you don't want any trouble for me, okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car, and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now, okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? I will. No. Just relax. Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys. Keys. Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car. Wait. Just wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off. Back up. Yes, please. ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
And Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes.
And was he responding in kind to you?
He was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you're giving him certain commands and you're asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
Okay. And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling him. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes. That was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
Did you follow, or did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time.
Okay. Why did you stop?
Because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime. It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Okay, fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Any questions?
No cross.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you, sir.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Nice.
Please state your name for the record.
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did, and I still do.
Okay. What is the address of that home? Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Did you leave the house at any point?
Yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes.
All right, so okay, let's go this way. Well, I want to switch.
All right. Well, all right, there's some things that I need to get done, and so we'll be ending it for the night. We'll continue this another time with the testimony that we're on, the lady. We're going to resume that on another one. Very good commentary chat on the different topics tonight. And I'm glad that y'all help each other and, you know, are there for each other. That's really good. I appreciate it. Now, as I said, we had a good stream. I want to thank you all for coming and have a good time with us tonight. And see you all on next one. All right. And it's nice to see you, Tony. It's been a while since I've seen you. Glad it was fun. Anna, yes, and, right. Also, Passion, Anna, let's see, Tony, I guess those are and those are lurking. All right, have a good evening and peace. Or afternoon, whatever it is where y'all are. See, that's going to work. The balloons will. Let's try this again. If it doesn't work, that's okay. There we go.